Attention in the stands, attention in the stands. We have found a Turn 4 Fan Club 2025 membership card and fanny pack. It is up here in the scoring tower if it is yours.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw Non-Wing micros to staging. Outlaw Non-Wing micros to staging.
Attention in the stands. We have found a Turn 4 Kids Fan Club punch card attached to a fanny pack. It has been turned in up here to the scoring tower. If this is yours, please come up and get it. Thank you.
Welcome, race fans, and welcome to night 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial here at Coles County Speedway, located right here in Mattoon, Illinois. I'm Casey Bench, joined alongside Kevin Bench up here in the booth tonight. And we'll be guiding you throughout tonight's racing action for night number 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial. This is the one for the non-wing drivers, these Outlaw Non-Wing drivers. This is the one they've been chasing all week long so far through Thursday practice, yesterday's racing events, and it's all going to end up right here at the end of tonight. $10,000 to one very lucky Outlaw Non-Wing driver who's going to hope to find themselves in victory lane later tonight. And you see the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros on the racetrack once again, same running order as last night. It's going to be the non-wing Outlaws, followed by the juniors, the topless BMODs, and the Restrictors and Hot Laps. Track crew did see a spot in turns 3 and 4 they didn't like. They're telling the drivers to go run some laps over that before we drop the green flag for them. Now race control ordering the drivers to find some spacing for group number 1 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micro Hot Laps. 59 entered tonight. There were 54 last night. So we've gathered a few extra non-wing micros, lost a few restrictors, and I believe we only lost one topless BMOD as well from last night. Junior class stayed the same size at about 17 cars. And it looks like it will be just a moment before the caution lights turn off and the green lights go on for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros Hot Laps. Green flag off turn 4 this time. Control car, the 456 is J.R. Carter. .8 lap number 1 for J.R. Carter. Wyatt Walters, who's been having engine issues all week long, has found some pace in his race car. 10.7. Joby Miller, a 10.3 lap 1. We'll have to see if that pace keeps up as we go through the rest of these hot lap sessions. That 10.3 is going to be a hard time to beat. 2/10 faster than the second place car in this session, Brody Bridgman at the moment. Checkered flag in the air for group number 1 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros Hot Laps. Joby Miller's 10.391 holds on over Brody Bridgman with a 10.509. Cameron Romack third right now at 10.653. It looks like maybe those engine issues for Wyatt Walters resolved. Goes 5th in this session at 10.776. I believe this is his first session he's had all weekend where he was able to keep the car going all the way to the checkered flag. Group number 2 being ordered onto the racetrack for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Cade Yeager and the UFO is going to lead group number 2 on the racetrack. Also on the racetrack, Clayton Apple, the number 6. 63 on the race car, 6 on my race pass. Also on the racetrack in this session, Nolan Bartley. He's passing by the flag stand, right on his back bumper, Seth Buell. Going off towards turn 1, the number 55S, a Darren Stark. Behind him, the 57V, a Matt Veach. Two off turn 2. Turns 3 and 4. Green flag is out for group number 2 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. First lap's coming across the timing line. Clay Apple goes to third. Nolan Bartley to second right off the jump at 10.424 for Nolan. Not by very much. Nolan Bartley, we'll see if he can get a better lap 2 or 3. Doesn't look like it will go to the top of the charts. Matt Veach will knock both of them off with a 10.294. So the top 3 from this. Green flag going to be back in the air for session number 3 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micro Hot Laps. No officially timed laps for these drivers as Nolan Bartley almost goes upside down in turn 2. Bicycle through the corner, managed to keep it on all 4 tires as another car peels down to the infield. Mason Vincent, the white car, into the infield as Nolan Bartley goes a little bit cleaner through 1 and 2 this time. First laps in the books for some of these drivers. Or excuse me, that's Niles Tudor in the 14B. No one in this session breaking into the top 3. Brayson Roush 4th. And he's the fastest out of this session with a 10.332. Thompson went to second on his final lap at 10.311. Bryson Roush was second in this session, 4th overall, 10.332. Sideways stacks up the 2 cars behind him in line. But no further incident involved in those drivers. First lap in the books as they work their way back around through turns 3 and 4. Nobody inside lap in the books as they work their way back around through turns 3 and 4. Nobody inside the top 10 just yet, it looks like. Session number 5 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros on the racetrack. Neil Allison, the number 15 in turn number 3, led them on. Also on the racetrack on the entry to turns 1 and 2, the man who finished second last night, Steven Snyder Jr., the 21S. Green flag as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4. First time lap will come around to Steven Snyder Jr., who's going to get control of this field. Bouncing through turns 3 and 4 for the first time back under green for this session. One driver showing his missing data goes to 11th. Colin Hutchinson, top of the charts. Neil Allison does it as well. Couple drivers in the 10-1 range. I believe that is Steven Snyder Jr. shown as missing data on my race pass. Colin Hutchinson goes back to the top of the charts. Neil Allison knocks him back off as they come back around to the checkered flag. And no answer from Steven Snyder Jr. in third fastest this session, third fastest overall. And for the second time in this hot lap sessions, the top 3 in a group go 1, 2, 3 overall. Neil Allison, top of the charts, 10.063. Colin Hutchinson, second at 10.124. Steven Snyder Jr., third at 10.185. And with that group complete, we now have 36 cars that have taken a time out of the 59 entered. Group number 6 now on the racetrack. August Skinner, the number 5, is going to lead them onto the racetrack. He's over in turns 3 and 4. Looking for the green flag off turn number 4. Still waiting on it. Green flag will be in the air for the number 5. Back off turn 4. White flag in the air as first laps will come across the timing and scoring line. Gunnar Pio goes to 4th on lap number 1. It's a 10.208. We'll see if he can go faster here on lap number 2 as he works his way back off turn number 4. Using that berm to help turn him a little bit better, but no improvement for Gunnar Pio. Gunnar Pio, the fastest in this session, goes 4th overall. So Gunnar Pio, that 10.208 goes 4th quickest in hot laps. 43 cars have now taken the time out of the 59 entered. Group number 7 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros on the racetrack now. They're going to work their way back through turns 3 and 4 to the green flag. It looks like Mason Bienhauer going to be the one with control of this field in the number 21B. He's off into turn 1. Oh, trouble, turn 3 and 4. One car up on 2 tires, able to bring it back down onto 4 tires. And we will stay green. That was Ryan Mueller, the number 33M. And checkered flag will fly. Didn't see anybody go inside the top 5 out of the session. Aiden Purdue does go to 5th. See if he improves here on lap 2. He will not. And no one else inside the top 5 from this session. Aiden Purdue, the quickest in this group. 5th fastest overall, 10.2 239. Eighth and final group for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros on the racetrack for the end of the Outlaw Non-Wing Hot Lap sessions. Stone Sharp, the number 29S, the blue 29S, off turn number 4, control of the 8th and final Outlaw Non-Wing Micro Hot Lap session. Track has held up pretty good lap time-wise so far. We'll see if anybody can go flirt with that top 3. And first lap in for Sharp, not going to be inside the top 10. White flag in the air, still seeing nobody inside the top 10 from this session. Checkered flags in the air. Much slower session out of this group. There were some of the faster cars last night. And now none of these drivers are going to break inside the top 10 in the hot laps for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Neil Allison will go to the top of the charts with a 10.063 earlier on. It looks like Russ Gamester's lap time came in a little late. He'll go to second, first out of this session, a 10.092. Cullen Hutchinson third with a 10.124. In total, 55 Outlaw Non-Wing Micros took a time out of the 59 entered. Up next, it's going to be the junior sprints for their hot laps.
Attention in the stands, attention in the stands. There has been a Visa debit card found. Please check and see if you've got your card. We have it up here in the booth. If this is your card, you can please come up and identify it. Again, a Visa card found and turned into the scoring tower.
Track crew doing a little bit of track maintenance in turns 3 and 4. They found a hole down there. Let the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros complete their sessions. And, of course, now track repair underway. Shouldn't be more than just a couple minutes before the junior sprints will come out on the racetrack for their hot laps. During this downtime, we'd like to thank the Jeff Horn Memorial sponsors who have made this race happen once again here at Coles County Speedway. The sponsors for the Jeff Horn Memorial include Horn Transport, Horn Family Farms, Drake Excavating and Construction, Schrader Farms, Schrader Demolition and Excavating, Myers-Koff Automotive, McAwee Farms, Swango Electric, Austin Swango Farms, Childress Brothers Farms and Trucking, First Class Wrecker Service, Bill Drake, and Drake Custom Homes. Thank you, sponsors, for making the Jeff Horn Memorial happen again here at Coles County Speedway. And the junior sprints on the racetrack for their first hot lap session of the night. 20 entries for the junior sprints tonight. 20 entered last night. Ended up losing one after the hot laps down to 19. So hopefully all 20 can stay with us all the way through the feature later on tonight. Green flag for the high caliber junior sprints coming off of turn number 4 for their first hot lap session of the night. Green flag in the air for 14M of Ryder Morris. First laps coming across the timing and scoring line as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4. Carter Bates goes to the top at 12.922. Xander LaRose, 12.7. Garrett Moorfield, even faster at 12.54. Huxon Roush into that 5 range as well. It looks like last night's winner not as fast tonight. Looks like he is 5th or 4th at the moment. Dalton Clary, 12.644 for Dalton. But Xander LaRose goes to the top of the charts, and in the final lap it's 12.522. Garrett Moorfield second, 12.54. Huxon Roush third of 12.557. Group 2 for the junior sprints on the racetrack. Braylon Morris is number 15, leads them on, and he'll come to the green flag as the first car to take a timed lap. The 5B Evan Boyd was right there with him at the drop of the green. Riker Sumner goes to second on lap number 1. Braylon Morris to the top, 12.464. That number 15 is fast tonight. And off turn 4 past the timing line. No improvement for Morris. We'll have to see what Sumner does. No improvement for Sumner either. Cale Martin goes to 4th from this session. Braylon Morris fastest in this section. First overall, 12.464. Riker Sumner second at 12.512. Cale Martin, who was 3rd fastest in this session, goes 4th overall at 12.535. Xander LaRose still 3rd overall with a 12.522. Third session for the junior sprints on the racetrack. At the moment, only 14 have taken a time. Looks like one car will not be taking a time in hot laps for the junior sprints. Looking for control off turn number 4. Looks to be the 1B of Landon Bailey from Concord, North Carolina. Red flag is out. One car upside down in turn 2. Appears to be Waylon Vogel, the number 14V. Track crew tells us Waylon Vogel's okay after flipping in turn 2. So Waylon Vogel drives his number 14V back to the pit area, and it should be just a moment before we go back to yellow flag conditions for junior sprint hot laps. Green flag coming off turn 4. Once again, Cruz Parson, the control car this time for the junior sprint hot laps. Should be the third and final group. Cruz Parson, top of the charts on lap number 1, 12.461. Knocks off Braylon Morris by just 0.03 of a second in hot laps. See if he can go faster here on lap number 2. Checkered flags in the air. No improvement for Cruz Parson. Everybody else coming back across the line, no improvements for them either. So Cruz Parson going to take quick time for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint hot laps, 12.461. Braylon Morris was second, 12.464. Riker Sumner third, at 12.512. Up next, it's going to be a topless BMOD qualifying. Dustin King from Charleston, Illinois, the number 32, will be the first car on the racetrack for qualifying for the topless BMODs. Braden Keller from West Lebanon, Indiana, the H28, going to join Dustin King on the racetrack for the first qualifying group for the topless BMODs. 3 green flag laps for these drivers tonight as they work their way back off turn number 4 to the green flag. Dustin King goes to the high side in turns 1 and 2. High side seemed to find its momentum late in the going last night. No track prep throughout the racing events of the night. And lap number 1 for Dustin King across the line. It's at 11.882. Faster than last night by about a second. Braden Keller going to pick up the pace even further by about half a second. 11.326 lap 1. White flag in the air for Dustin King. Lap 2 is going to improve just slightly. Still in the 11.8 range. No improvement for Braden Keller on lap number 2. Lap number 3 coming back to the checkered flag off turn number 4. King across the line. He'll improve to an 11.6. And Keller going to cross the stripe. He'll go to an 11.193 in his qualifying session. Both drivers say their third lap is their best lap. Braden Keller on the top for now, 11.193. Dustin King second, 11.685. Next 2 cars on the racetrack, Bradley Stanfield, the 52 for Park Hills, Missouri's last night's feature winner. Joining him is J.D. Evans from Mattoon, Illinois, the number 59. Through turns 3 and 4. And there appears to be some debris on the racetrack at turn 3. Going to bring the pace back down just before the green flag could come out for the second group of topless BMOD qualifying. It's 1 to green this time. Next time will be the first timed lap. And green flag is out for Bradley Stanfield. J.D. Evans through 3 and 4 as well. He'll come to the green flag as he works off turn 4. Stanfield will go to the top side. J.D. Evans going to go for a late apex in turns 1 and 2. Lap number 1 across the line for Bradley Stanfield. It's good enough for second, 11.465. And it's an 11.5 for J.D. Evans, good for third. White flag this time as he'll come around to complete lap number 2. Bradley Stanfield, 11.456, continuing to pick up the pace. And J.D. Evans across the line as well. No improvement for him on lap number 2, keeping right at that 11.5 range. Checkered flags in the air for the number 52 of Bradley Stanfield. No improvement on lap 3. And J.D. Evans will come back across the timing line for the final time. He will not improve either. Braden Keller's 11.193 holds on for another 2 cars. Bradley Stanfield goes to second, 11.456, 0.2 slower than Keller in qualifying right now. J.D. Evans third, 11.501. Now on the racetrack, Zach Whaley, the number 13 from Hillsboro, Missouri. And the car that was supposed to be joining him, Caleb Steffens from Asheboro, Illinois, the 1H. Looks like he was unable to join him. So Zach Whaley, the only car on the racetrack for this group. 5th car to take a time in qualifying. 11.7, lap number 1 for Zach Whaley. Didn't look like he had a good turn 2. It looks a little bit better this time on lap number 2. Through turns 3 and 4. This could be a really good lap for Zach Whaley across the stripe. He will go to third, 11.483. Keeps it up on the high side of turns 3 and 4. And the checkered flag will fly for Zach Whaley. Will improve on lap number 3. Goes to 11.379. That's good enough for second. Still a 10th off of Braden Keller's time. So Caleb Steffens now on the racetrack from Ashmore, Illinois, the 1H. Joining him as well will be Clayton Stanfield from Park Hills, Missouri, the number 51. Finished third last night. And green flag is out for the 1H of Caleb Steffens. He's going to head off into turns 1 and 2. He was running pretty good in qualifying last night as well. We'll see if he can keep that pace up on night number 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Off turn 4, Steffens, lap number 1, will go to third, 11.392. At the end of lap number 1 for the number 51, it's good for 7th for now at a 7 cars run, 11.75. Steffens picks up the pace a little further, up to second on lap 2, 11.31. What's he going to do here in turns 3 and 4 for the final time? Checkered flags waving for Caleb Steffens. Improves, but not to knock off Braden Keller's time. And we'll have the 51 cross the stripe, and that will end this session. He goes to third on his final lap. Caleb Steffens went to second, 11.233, and Clayton Stanfield went to third, 11.354. Carter Standifer from Sullivan, Illinois, the number 14 on the racetrack, along with Mason Lynch from Charleston, Illinois, the 54C. Standifer keeping it right on the bottom of the racetrack this time, not electing to go to that high side. And same thing will go for the 54C of Mason Lynch. Both of them choosing to go to the bottom. Lynch will go to the top in turns 1 and 2. Standifer, though, keeping it right on the bottom. Lap number 1 for Standifer across the line. It's 8th, about half a second slower than Dustin King in 7th. And lap number 1 will come back across for Mason Lynch. He'll go to 7th, 11.623. White flag in the air for Standifer. Will improve up to 8th, 11.637. Lynch back across the line, improves, but not out of 7th, 11.551. Checkered flag waves for Carter Standifer. He improves to 6th, 11.461. And off turn 4, checkered flag waves for Mason Lynch. He will improve on lap 3, but stays 8th, 11.515. Next up, Braden Doyle from Ashmore, Illinois, the number 69, and Rob Neubauer from Des Lodge, Missouri, the number 25. Brady Collins onto the racetrack from Charleston, Illinois. Neubauer may be dropping to the tail. Either way, green flags in the air for the number 69 of Braden Doyle. Keeps it on the high side through turns 1 and 2. He'll do it. It goes to the middle in 3 and 4. Collins keeping it on the bottom for lap number 1. Lap 1 in the books for Braden Doyle, 5th, 11.44. Collins 11th, lap 1, 11.737. White flag in the air for Braden Doyle. No improvement on lap 2. Collins moves up the racetrack about half a lane, it looked like, through turns 3 and 4. Does not improve on lap 2 either, as checkered flag will come out for the number 69 of Braden Doyle. He improves up to 4th, 11.362. And off 4 comes the 0.8 of Brady Collins. No improvement on lap 3 for him. He'll stay 11th with an 11.737. Looks like some debris in turn 1. It's going to hold off the next group of cars. Drew Schwartz from Ashmore, Illinois, the 121, and Casey Schrock from Ashmore, Illinois, the number 66. The last 2 cars, I believe, in line to qualify. Green flag will be coming out here for Drew Schwartz. Did not repair the right rear damage from last night's feature. Schwartz off turn 4 to the green flag. Casey Schrock coming through turn 2 for the first time on his outlap. Drew got a little loose there in the middle of the corner. Has to back out of it. Lap number 1 not going to be what Drew wants. Probably in the 12-second range as he comes back across the timing line. Yes, it is a 12.2. Casey Schrock through turns 3 and 4 to complete his lap number 1. And the number 66 will go 9th, 11.507. Drew Schwartz across the line. Slow improvement, 11.975. Still in 13th. This white flag will come out for Casey Schrock. Number 66 goes to 6, 11.411. And the checker flag will fly for Drew Schwartz. Improvement on lap 3, not out of 13th. Casey Schrock off turn 4, looking for an improvement on lap number 3. Won't get it. Braden Keller is going to win topless BMOD qualifying, I believe, unless the number 25 Rob Neubauer made it to the staging area. And I don't believe that is going to be the case. So Braden Keller, quick time in qualifying for the topless BMODs. It's an 11.193. Caleb Steffens was second, 11.233. Clayton Stanfield third, 11.354. Braden Doyle fourth, 11.362. Zach Whaley right out top five, 11.379. Casey Schrock was sixth, 11.411. Seventh was Bradley Stanfield, 11.456. Carter Standifer, 11.461 and eighth. J.D. Evans ninth, 11.501. Mason Lynch 10th, 11.515. Dustin Keene 11th, 11.685. Brady Collins 12th, 11.737. And Drew Schwartz in 13th at 11.846. Rob Neubauer in 14th with no time taken for the topless BMOD qualifying. Up next, the restricted micros for their hot laps. 18 entries for the restricted micros tonight. Mason Vincent, the 2V, is going to lead the first session of restricted micros out onto the racetrack. RJ Smith also out there with him. Colton Vogel, the 14V, also on the racetrack, going into the entry of turn 3. The black and orange car, or the black car with the orange fuel tank. The black car in the middle of turns 1 and 2, Carson Eskew, the number 21C from Riverton, Illinois. Green flag in the air. Mason Vincent with control of the first restricted micro group for hot laps tonight at Coles County Speedway and the Jeff Horn Memorial. Lap 1 for Mason Vincent at 11.496. SQ across the line a little quicker than him. Everybody right in that range. Within about 0.2 of each other on lap number 1. Vincent improves on lap 2. Goes to an 11.112. No one else improving at the end of this session. So Mason Vincent 0.3 faster than this session of restricted micros. Great run for Mason Vincent here in hot laps. Colton Vogel was second, 11.438. Carson Eskew was third, 11.446. Dalton Clary, the number 22, will lead the second group of restricted micros out onto the racetrack. Another car joining in, Braylon Morris, the number 64, exited turn 2. Also in turn 2, the 31K, McKenna Crin. Evan Boyd, the 5B, down the backstretch. Passing by the flags, the end of the 99G at Gentry Shelton. And the last car I haven't mentioned, the 88A AJ Williams. He's off into turn 1. As the green flag will fly for Dalton Cleary with control of the second group of the restricted micros and hot laps. White flag in the air as lap 1 will come across the timing line. Braylon Morris goes to second on lap number 1, 11.376. Still 2/10 slower than Vincent. AJ Williams, 11.331 on lap 1. The missing data car will go to second, and that will get knocked off by AJ Williams, 11.251. Mason Vincent's 11.112, starting to become in danger as AJ Williams threw down 11.251, along with a missing data car. I believe that would have been McKenna Kryn, the 31K, 11.289. Excuse me, correction on that. I believe that was Evan Boyd, the missing data car, in third. And the last group for hot laps tonight at Coles County Speedway on night 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial is now on the racetrack with the restricted micros. The 71 at Tate Gurney brings them on. Braxton Flat right behind him as well in this session. Also on the racetrack, Maxon Roush, Niles Tudor. Tudor slow just a little bit, trying to find some ground. Ty Schaefer, the number 40, also on the racetrack, along with the 24 of Colt Bailey. Green flag in the air for the final hot lap session of the night here at Coles County Speedway for the Jeff Horn Memorial. Gurney off turn 4 will collect the white flag and complete lap number 1. Immediately goes to the top of the charts by 2/10 of 10.855. Lap number 1 for Tate Gurney. Can Gurney back up his 10.8 with maybe something a little quicker? No improvement for him on lap 2. It's absurdly fast lap number 1. Braxton Flat almost into the 10-second range as well, 11.103. As everybody else comes back across to the checkered flag for the final time. Tate Gurney, the fastest in the restricted micros, by 2/10 of 10.855. Braxton Flat second, 11.103. Mason Vincent was third, 11.112. And with that, that will conclude the hot laps tonight here at Coles County Speedway on night 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial. We'll be back in just a moment for opening ceremonies.
Attention in the stands. Attention in the stands. Can we please have the Horn family make their way down to Victory Lane, please? Horn family, please make your way down to Victory Lane. All right, if I can have your attention in the grandstands. Here on Victory Lane here, we have the Horn family here. We're here tonight and all weekend to honor the legacy of Jeff Horn. So at this time, we'd like to introduce the family. Here we have Jeff's wife, Jody.
Hi.
His daughter, Delaney.
Hello.
Nephew, Tyler.
Hello.
And son, Cordy. And at this time, I'm pleased to turn the mic over to Cordy Horn to speak a little more about his father's legacy.
Well, first and foremost, thank everybody for coming out here tonight. We really, really appreciate you guys braving the cold and all the elements to come and be here with us. So, as most of you know here, this track was everything to Dad and our family. Started with Grandpa back in 1956. Dad continued the legacy all through the 70s, 80s, 90s. He got me into it when I was the same size as this little critter behind me, and I'm still coming back. He will too. But this track's been everything to us. We've been here from dirt to asphalt, back to dirt through this new iteration here, and this is a great track they built for everybody. I think we're still in for some great racing tonight. Thank you guys so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. We're more than pleased to have you guys. We're just thrilled that you're here. So this is a great honor for us. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Drivers, back to your cars. Drivers, back to your cars.
All right, folks, so we can have your attention now again. At this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
Through the pale
Thank you, everybody.
So track prep still underway here at Coles County Speedway on night 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Wouldn't be more than just a couple minutes before we head to the Outlaw Non-Wing micro heat races. The first Outlaw Non-Wing micro heat race will be coming out onto the racetrack to help pack the track in just a little bit. Braden Black is going to start us on the pole for heat race number 1 of 6 for the Outlaw Non-Wing micros tonight on the Jeff Horn Memorial. 10 laps to distance for each of the 6 heat races. Braden Black and the number 96 from Peru, Indiana. Tis outside Andy Stanfield from Peru, Indiana as well in the TOS starting in second. Jordan Clary back in third from Edwardsville, Illinois, in the number 94. Brian Grogan from Arlington, Kentucky, the 116, starting at 4th. J.R. Carter in the 456 from Charleston, Illinois, rounds out the top 5. Cale Goodwin from Princeton, Kentucky, the number 85, starts 6th. Cameron Romack in the 4R from Ashmore, Illinois, starts 7th. Last night's feature winner, Tommy Kunzman, is going to start his adventure tonight in the number 21K from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, in the 8th spot in heat race number 1. Reed Whitney from Jasper, Indiana, the 22B, starting 9th, and riding at the field in the 10th and final starting position, it's Michael Linderman from Leesport, Pennsylvania, in the number 4. That's the starting lineup for the first heat race of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Cherokee, the photographer, to the infield. Cherokee, the photographer, to the infield. Cherokee, you can go ahead and go in onto the racetrack. Make your way into the infield. So before heat race number 1 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros will stand back up into their starting positions for heat race 1. They're going to do a quick hot lap session. Make sure this track's all good to go for their heat race before they send them out for 10 laps to decide who will be already locked into the A feature later tonight or who's going to have to go through the alphabet soup. Trouble for one car already early in the night. J.R. Carter's car stalled off turn number 4 during that quick little session. But overall, track still looks pretty good. They're going to wind them back up, let them try it again. I think some of these drivers, the field was already trying to get stacked back up. And it looks like that is what they are going to do. The rest of the field making their way back around the racetrack, finding the race leaders, Braden Black and Andy Stanfield. On row 1, Jordan Clary, Brian Grogan. Row 2, J.R. Carter, Cale Goodwin. Row number 3, Cameron Romack and Tommy Koonsman in row number 4, Reed Whitney and Michael Linderman, row number 5. For heat race number 1 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros, caution lights out around the racetrack. They're going green this time by. Brandon Black, Andy Stanfield, they're on the gas. Green flag is out on heat race number 1 for the Jeff Horn Memorial Outlaw Non-Wing Micro Heat Race 1. Romack going to pick off a couple of cars in the mid-pack at the drop of the green flag. And lap number 1 will go to the car on the outside, the number 96, Braden Black. A couple more cars tangling together there at the tail end of the field. So everybody's trying to find their lines they're wanting to get into a rhythm on. So far, Braden Black still led the way. First 2 laps, 0.3 of a second advantage over Jordan Clary in second. Andy Stanfield running in third. And then it's a pretty big pack as Tommy Koonsman starting to very much cut his way through the field. Picked off 3 cars that last lap of the 21K. Cale Goodwin coming right with him. Back through turns 3 and 4. Koonsman going to work underneath Stanfield after Stanfield makes a mistake. That'll allow Koonsman up into third. I would imagine this result right here in this heat race is going to lock Koonsman in if he could continue to hold on to that top 3 spot. Started at the back in 8th, already up to 3rd. Goodwin now trying to work underneath Andy Stanfield going into turns 3 and 4. 4 laps to go here of heat race 1 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Still Braden Black leading the way. In second still Jordan Clary as Cale Goodwin going to throw a huge slider as one car almost upside down. They're going to make some heavy contact. That was Andy Stanfield, Cale Goodwin coming together. Goodwin had slid up on the front stretch in front of Stanfield. And Stanfield, I think, got in a little bit too deep to one and almost flipped over right into the side of Cale Goodwin. Ends up collecting both of those race cars to bring them to a stop at turn 2. The 116, Brian Grogan pulls into the infield. Looks like Andy Stanfield will continue on. Fortunately for Cale Goodwin, looks like he may be going up on the hook. So Goodwin's car will make its way into the infield. On this restart, 3 laps to go, 7 complete for heat race number 1 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Braden Black will lead us back to green. Jordan Clary second. Tommy Kunzman third. Fourth will be J.R. Carter. Fifth, Reed Whitney. Sixth, Michael Linderman. Seventh, Cameron Romack. And eighth will be Andy Stanfield. One, two, green. This time by on heat race number 1 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. 3-lap shootout. Braden Black, Jordan Clary, Tommy Kunzman, the top 3. As they work their way to the top side at turns 3 and 4. Braden Black back on the gas. Green flag is in the air on heat race number 1 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Good job there for the top 3. Little bit of a stack up there from 4th on back. No caution, though, as everybody keeps it pointed in the right direction. Braden Black going to lead the first lap back under green. We have one car upside down, and the red flag is displayed. J.R. Carter, the one that went upside down in turn 2. Already got the report from the track crew. He's okay. As the track crew works on getting J.R. Carter's car back on all 4 tires. The other car involved, the 2S at Andy Stanfield, who locked up the brakes and spun it, trying to avoid making contact. J.R. Carter climbing out of the number 456. And hopefully J.R. Carter can get that damage fixed. And fortunately for him, it looks like it's going to be a C-main start for him later tonight. We'll see if he can run the alphabet soup on the Jeff Horn Memorial night number 2. So as the track crew makes their way off the racetrack, we're going to give the field the 1-2 green right away for a green-white checkered finish on heat race number 1 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Braden Black, once again, going to lead us back to green. Jordan Clary second, Tommy Kunzman third. Reed Whitney fourth, Michael Linderman fifth, Cameron Romack seventh, and Andy Stanfield eighth. Braden Black back to the middle part of the racetrack. And green flags back in the air on the first heat race of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Through turns 1 and 2. Great jump there for Tommy Kunzman. He's going to look for that second position on Jordan Clary, working their way back through turns 3 and 4. Back to the white flag. Braden Black will lead lap number 9 of this race. And Kunzman maybe a little bit too far back to try to take this lead away, but an amazing run from him in this heat race. Checkered flag is going to go out for Braden Black, who's going to take the win on Outlaw Non-Wing Micro Heat Race 1. Tommy Kunzman second after starting in 8th. Third was Jordan Clary. 4th, Reed Whitney. 5th, Michael Linderman. 6th, Cameron Romack. 7th was Andy Stanfield of the cars running. J.R. Carter, 8th. First car out. Cale Goodwin, 9th. Brian Grogan, 10th.
And up next will be heat number 2 for the non-wing micros. And here's your starting lineup. J.J. Williams will start on the pole in the number 8J. He's from Harristown, Illinois. Russ Gamester from Peru, Indiana, will start second in the 49. Darren Stark from Springfield, Illinois, in the 55S will start third. Max Crabtree from Farmington, Missouri, in the 88M starts fourth. Nolan Bartley from Hammond, Illinois, in the 7F starting fifth. Neil Allison from Greensboro, North Carolina, in the 15N starting sixth. Starting seventh will be Aiden Linegang from Coal Valley, Illinois, in the number 18. Starting eighth is Kay Jager from Kawashcom, Wisconsin, in the UFO. Starting ninth will be Steven Snyder from Rising Sun, Maryland, in the 21S. And starting 10th, it will be Joe B. Miller from Millersville, Missouri, in the 51B. This is your non-wing micro heat race number 2 here at the Jeff Horn Memorial.
Caution lights out around the racetrack for heat race number 2 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. J.J. Williams, Russ Gamester through turns 3 and 4, looking for the green flag. And it's out. Good jump there for Gamester. Very good jump for that entirety of the outside lane. They're already going to have 2 cars go by the race leader off the start. 3 cars is going to go by J.J. Williams, and he's going to drop back to 4th on lap number 1. Some contact there further back in the pack, and lap number 1 is going to go to Russ Gamester. Max Crabtree on the outside of Neil Allison down the back stretch into turns 3 and 4. Allison down on the bottom, trying to keep Max Crabtree up on the top. Couple cars getting a little tight right on the entry to turn 1. Everybody is able to keep it off the wall. Russ Gamester leads lap number 2 of the second Outlaw Non-Wing Micro Heat Race. Neil Allison already starting to reel him back in as field goes single file as they complete lap number 4. J.J. Williams snaps loose in the middle of the corner. Darren Stark going to be right there to take advantage of that little mistake. Trying to take that 4th position away. Steven Snyder Jr. going to try to rip top around Darren Stark. Some contact further back behind them. They will come around to complete lap number 6. 4 laps to go here on the heat race number 2 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micro. Steven Snyder Jr. going to find himself in 5th now. We're starting in 9th. Good run for him in this heat race. See if he can track down J.J. Williams here in these closing laps. Top four pulling away from each other. J.J. Williams maybe closing up Max Crabtree just a little bit each lap. 2 to go for Russ Gamester at the flag stand. So 1 second advantage for Russ. So he continues to throw down faster laps. White flag in the air this time for the number 49 of Russ Gamester on heat race number 2 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Russ Gamester going to collect the checkered flag and take the win on heat race number 2 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Steven Snyder Jr. manages to pick off J.J. Williams in 3 and 4 on that final lap to take 4th. Neil Allison was 2nd, Max Crabtree 3rd. Steven Snyder Jr. mentioned before picked off J.J. Williams for 4th, J.J. Williams 5th. Darren Stark 6th, Aiden Linegain 7th, Joby Miller 8th, Cade Yeager 9th, and Nolan Bartley finished out the field in the 10th and final finishing position of Outlaw Non-Wing Micro Heat Race 2.
And up next is our Outlaw Non-Wing Micros Heat Race number 3, and here is your starting lineup. Starting first from Collinsville, Oklahoma, number 97K, Cale Drake. Starting second from Coal Valley, Illinois, number 69T, Trey Erdman. Starting third from Riverdale, California, number 17B, Bryson Roush. Starting fourth from Arlington, Kentucky, number 16, Zach Grogan. Starting fifth from Canyon, Texas, number 20Q, Brecken Reese. Starting sixth from Manhattan, Illinois, number 89, Mike Spatola. Starting seventh from Farmington, Missouri, number 16C, Sam Coleman. Starting eighth from St. Peters, Missouri, number 72, Sam Johnson. Starting ninth from Macedonia, Illinois, number 57V, Matt Veach. And starting 10th from Dillsburg, Pennsylvania, number 21B, Mason Beinhauer. This is your non-wing micro heat race number 3.
10 laps of distance here of heat race number 3. Green flags in the air as Cale Drake caught the berm a little bit too much. The next car in line, Grayson Reese, does the same thing, and somehow Cale Drake's going to be able to come off turn 2 with the lead. Not sure I was able to keep off Trey Erdman as they went through turn 1 for the first time. There appears to be a bump in turn 3. Looks like almost everybody in the field hit it as they worked their way around turns 3 and 4 for the first time under green. And they'll work their way again through turns 3 and 4. A little bit smoother this time. One car towards the outside wall. It is Mike Spatola, the Roll King Road to the Dome Super Late Model Class winner. He's trying to work his way back forward after that little incident. Sam Johnson goes by him for 5th that lap. Spatola down on the inside, trying to make something happen. Up in front of him, Zach Grogan on the outside, trying to hold off Brecken Reese, and Brecken Reese will go by now for 3rd. As up in front, Cale Drake has now a 2-second advantage as they come to the halfway point. 5 laps complete, 5 to go here on Heat Race 3. Spatola finding some pace down there on the bottom groove. He's going to pick off Grogan this lap after picking off Sam Johnson last lap. And now Mike Spatola up into the 4th position. Cale Drake back off turn number 4. 3 laps to go. 7 complete. Trey Erdman's got Brecken Reese all over the back bumper, looking to take that 2nd spot away. It's a 3.5-second lead out to Cale Drake out in front. He comes to 2 to go this time on Heat Race 3. Mike Spatola in the Nate Casper car. Trying to follow in line, about 2/10 a lap faster than the field is the number 97 of Cale Drake as he collects the white flag this time by. Off turn 4, it's going to be Cale Drake dominating heat race number 3 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros and taking home the win. Trey Erdman got a little bit loose on the exit of turn 4, able to hold on to 2nd, Brecken Reese 3rd, Sam Johnson 4th, Mike Spatola 5th, Matt Veach 6th, Mason Beinhauser in 7th, Zach Grogan in 8th, Bryson Rouse in 9th, Sam Coleman 1 lap down at 10th.
And up next is our non-wing outlaw heat race number 4, and here is your starting lineup. Starting first from Oakland, Illinois, number 6, Clayton Apple. Starting second from East Peoria, Illinois, number 40, Devin Fager. Starting third from Broadheadsville, Pennsylvania, number 95B, James Rosselli. Starting fourth from West Frankfort, Illinois, number 21, Sam Morthland. Starting fifth from Centralia, Illinois, number 28, Michael Coker. Starting sixth from Coal Valley, Illinois, number 31E, Eric Erdman. Starting seventh from Farmington, Missouri, number 14B, Brody Bridgman. Starting 8th from Monticello, Illinois, number 97D, J.B. Gilbert. Starting 9th from Harrisburg, Illinois, number 41, Andy Bishop. And starting 10th from Kunkletown, Pennsylvania, number 28P, Gunnar Pio. This is your non-wing micros heat race number 4 here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway.
At least 2 laps to green for heat race number 4 for the Outlaw Non-Wing micros.
We're going to be on hold here for just a few moments here. We have a medical emergency in the pits. We should be able to resume racing here fairly quickly.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The crew members of the cars on the racetrack, you can come out onto the racetrack to your drivers during this red flag. Attention on the racetrack, drivers back to your cars, drivers back to your cars. caution lights come back on, and they will go back off as the field comes to the 1-2 green signal this time off turn number 4. Once again, Clayton Apple, Devin Fager, the front row, James Roselli, Sam Morthland, row 2, Michael Coker, Eric Erdman, row 3, Brody Bridgman, and J.B. Gilbert, row 4, row 5, Andy Bishop, Gunnar Pio. Clayton Apple and Devin Fager with control of heat race number 4 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Green flags in the air. Humongous jump there from the number 40 of Devin Fager. Got an amazing start. He's going to be clear by about almost a second as he works back through turns 3 and 4 for the first time in a green. They're 3 wide in the middle of the pack. Gunnar Pio trying to split to the field, 3 wide middle. He's going to try to get in turns 1 and 2 as one car goes up over the berm in turn 2. Another car hits the outside wall in the exit of turn 2. One car almost upside down. That's J.B. Gilbert, saves it. And we are somehow still green after 2 laps complete. Things have calmed down just a little bit. Devin Fager, a 2-second advantage over second place Clayton Apple. Apple's got Roselli underneath him. Roselli started on the pole of the 8 main last night in this non-wing class. Pio gets a little loose underneath. Sam Morthland almost gets hooked into the outside wall. Now Morthland trying to desperately hold off Brody Bridgman down on his inside and working his way back through turns 3 and 4 to complete lap number 5. Apple still trying to find something on the high side. Got a little bit loose in front of that 2-car battle behind him. They might be thinking about they're going to want to split him 3 wide middle as it looks like J.B. Gilbert was on 2 tires again coming through turns 3 and 4. Still Devin Fager out on the point, 2.5-second advantage for the number 40. Over second place, James Roselli, the 95B. Fager into lap traffic of the Eric Erdman car. 2 laps to go this time. Worthland still trying to work underneath Clayton Apple for the 5th position. As the white flag will come out for Fager as he works past lap traffic off into turn 2 for the final time. Down the backstretch as Roselli started closing in at a rapid pace at the end of this race. Just wasn't enough time. Checkered flag is out. Devin Fager takes the win on heat race 4 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. James Roselli 2nd, Gunnar Pio 3rd, Brody Bridgman 4th, Sam Morthland 5th, J.B. Gilbert 6th, Andy Bishop 7th, Clayton Apple 8th, Michael Coker 9th, and Eric Erdman 1 lap down in 10th.
And up next is our non-wing Micros heat race number 5. And your starting lineup is, starting first from Palmetto, Florida, number 9, Brad Sutton. Starting second from Hammond, Illinois, number 88, Billy Lieb. Starting third from Wildwood, Missouri, number 33M, Ryan Mueller. Starting fourth from Eddyville, Kentucky, number 29J, Brian Jones. Starting fifth from Ashmore, Illinois, number 4W, Wyatt Walters. Starting sixth from Charleston, Illinois, number 211, Danny Hayes. Starting seventh from Charleston, Illinois, number 2X, Seth Buell. Starting eighth from Dover, Pennsylvania, number 23, Alec Quiggle. Starting ninth from Clinton, Illinois, number 37, Aiden Perdue. And starting 10th from West Frankfort, Illinois, number 5, August Skinner. This is your non-wing. This is your outlaw non-wing outlaw heat race number 5.
One, 2 green given to the drivers of the 5th Outlaw Non-Wing Micro Heat Race. Once again, it's Brad Sutton, Billy Lieb, the front row. Those two will bring the field up towards the start cone. Green flags in the air. Good jump there for Billy Lieb on the outside lane, but it's not enough to stay ahead of Brad Sutton as they go down to turn 1 for the first time. Still side by side off turn 2. Sutton leaves the lane for Billy Lieb. Billy Lieb's going to back up the exit of this corner, gets over the bump in kind of a bad way. Gets his number 88 out of shape, and he'll fall back to second as one car into the infield, the number 33M. Ryan Mueller into the infield from the 4th position, it looks like, as Billy Lieb will take the lead on lap number 2. He's still got Brad Sutton down the inside, trying to make something happen as another car peels down into the infield. Sutton underneath makes some contact with the right rear tire of Billy Lieb. No harm, no foul. They'll keep it pointing in the right direction. We stay green past lap number 3. Brian Jones has Alex Quiggle trying to find something on the inside lane, coming back through turns 3 and 4. The bump's just a little bit too aggressive for most of these drivers as they go over it. Aiden Purdue cutting underneath Danny Hayes, number 211, as Alex Quiggle gets loose again on the exit of the corner. Was alongside Brian Jones, but not anymore, as Aiden Purdue is going to power around him on the outside up to 4th. Aiden Purdue is going to now cut underneath the 29J of Brian Jones. Up into 3rd goes Aiden Purdue. He's picked up quite a few cars over these last couple laps. He started back in 9th, finds himself inside the top 3 with 4 laps to go on the 5th Outlaw Non-Wing Micro Heat Race. Billy Lieb coming off turn 4 this time, 2 to go for him. As Brad Sutton still in line in 2nd, Aiden Purdue 3rd, Alec Quiggle 4th, Brian Jones the top 5. Through turns 3 and 4, white flag waving this time for Billy Lieb's number 88. And here comes Aiden Purdue looking for the 2nd spot on Brad Sutton back through turns 1 and 2. Sutton's going to throw the block in 1 and 2. Purdue cuts 7 underneath him as off turn 4 is Billy Lieb with the win here on the 5th Outlaw Non-Wing Micro Heat Race. Aiden Purdue underneath Brad Sutton, going to take the 2nd spot. Sutton just about able to hold on to 3rd over Alec Quiggle. 0.07 of a second between 3rd and 4th. Brian Jones was 5th, Danny Hayes 6th, Wyatt Walter 7th, Seth Buell 8th, August Skinner and Ryan Mueller 9th and 10th respectively both left the racetrack at the end of 1 lap.
And up next is our 6th and final heat race for the Non-Wing Outlaws. And here is your starting lineup. Starting first from Concord, North Carolina, number 7, Carter Beatty. Starting second from Lovington, Illinois, number 14K, Cade Ballinger. Starting third from New Lenox, Illinois, number 96N, Nate Casper. Starting fourth from Roanoke, Illinois, number 9L, Landon Beckwith. Starting fifth from Kokomo, Indiana, number 22, Cole Kirkman. Starting sixth from Butler, Pennsylvania, number 83H, Colin Hutchinson. Starting seventh from Springfield, Illinois, number 2V, Mason Vincent. Starting eighth from Benton, Illinois, number 10, Daniel Robinson. And starting ninth from Frankfort, Indiana, number 29S, Stone Sharp. This is your Non-Wing Outlaw Heat Race number 6 here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway.
Carter Beatty and Cade Ballinger through the start cone over in turn number 4. Green flag is out. That's going to be a good jump there for Beatty, and he will hold the lead through turns 1 and 2. Cade Ballinger in the Niles Tudors car this weekend. Was in RS12 Motorsport number 12 last night. Jumped into Niles Tudors number 14B for night number 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial as we're 3 wide further back in the pack. Everybody's still trying to jostle for position back there. Cole Kirkman finds himself up into 3rd. Daniel Robinson on his back bumper as the 9L of Landon Beckwith falls back. Stone Sharp got a little bit too low on entry to turn 1. Stacked up the cars behind him. Still side by side for 3rd as they're side by side for 2nd. Out in front of them as well. Cole Kirkman on the inside of the 14B of Cade Ballinger. Good run down the backstretch for the 22, Cole Kirkman. Kirkman going to go ahead off turn 4 this time. Going to get them single file back onto turn number 1 is the number 14, Cade Ballinger. Hutchinson got up a little bit too high, allowed Landon Beckwith, I believe that is, to get underneath him. As a couple cars going to make some contact, able to keep it going in the right direction somehow, just past the halfway point. 5 laps complete, 5 to go. Up in front, Cade Ballinger able to pick off Carter Beatty this lap through turns 3 and 4 this time. And now Ballinger's found some momentum up on the high side. We'll see if Beatty follows him up the racetrack. No, Kirkman will go to the top, though. Still Robinson in 4th, and 5th is Colin Hutchinson. Stone Sharp trying to get around the 85, it looks like. Side by side of the line for the lead. Cade Ballinger keeping it ahead of Cole Kirkman. White flag this time. Kirkman got a good run through turns 3 and 4. Going to go to the lead with the white flag in the air. Cade Ballinger falling back, and it looks like this win is going to go to Cole Kirkman coming back through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Cole Kirkman is going to get the win on the 6th and final Outlaw Non-Wing Micro Heat Race. Cade Ballinger 2nd, Colin Hutchinson 3rd, Danny Robinson 4th, Stone Sharp 5th, Carter Beatty 6th, Mason Vincent 7th, Landon Beckwith in 8th.
And up next is our high caliber graphics junior sprints, 20 entries, 3 heat races. Your starting lineup for heat race number 1 is starting first from Concord, North Carolina, number 5, Reed Bailey. Starting second from Hillsboro, Missouri, number 99B, Carter Bates. Starting third from Park Hills, Missouri, number 6, Cruz Parson. Starting fourth from White Pigeon, Michigan, number 14M, Ryder Morris. Starting fifth from Riverdale, California, number 17H, Huxton Roush. Starting sixth from Doe Run, Missouri, number 5B, Evan Boyd. And starting seventh from Fillmore, Indiana, number 99K, Kylie Cox. This is your high caliber graphic junior sprints heat race number 1.
Reed Bailey, Carter Bates, the front row for the high caliber graphics junior sprint heat race number 1. Green flag is out. Side by side at the flag stand. Equal jump for both the front row starters as they're 3 wide through turn 1, and taking advantage is going to be Cruz Parson going through to the lead off turn 2 and into turns 3 and 4 for the first time. And Cruz Parson will lead lap number 1 of 8 in the high caliber graphics junior sprint heat race. Carter Bates still running second as now one car working underneath Huxton Roush. For that third position, it's Evan Boyd. Roush going to work back underneath Boyd into turns 1 and 2. Still side by side. Off the exit of turn 2. Boyd a little bit better down the backstretch. He's able to pull ahead up into third. As Cruz Parson still trying to pull away from Carter Bates in the field behind him. Carter Bates now has Evan Boyd all over the back bumper. Boyd, who started back in 6th, wanting to take that second spot away. A little bit smoother over the bumps is the number 5. That's going to allow him to work to the inside and clear through the middle of turns 1 and 2 on Carter Bates for the second position. Right now, that last time around, Evan Boyd was about a 10th faster than the race leader, Cruz Parson. Now Parson pulls that 10th back out. 3 laps to go for a junior sprint heat race number 1. 2 to go this time. Evan Boyd trying everything he can. Got a little bit too high on the exit of turn 4 that time. Lost some ground to Cruz Parson, who's going to work his way back through turns 3 and 4 and collect the white flag this time. Carter Bates third, Huxton Roush fourth, Ryder Morris the top 5. As they work their way back through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Cruz Parson's going to get the win on the junior sprint heat race 1. Evan Boyd across the line at second, side by side off turn 4. It's going to be Huxton Roush at third, Carter Bates fourth. 5th was Ryder Morris. Across the line at 6th is Kylie Cox. 7th, Reed Bailey.
And up next is our high caliber graphics junior sprint heat race number 2. And here is your starting lineup. Starting first from Buffalo, Illinois, number 14V, Waylon Vogel. Starting second from Marine, Illinois, number 1T, Dalton Clary. Starting third from Fort Madison, Iowa, number 17, Garrett Moorfield. Starting fourth from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 20, Riker Sumner. Starting fifth from Hillsboro, Ohio, number 99, Emerin Fenton. Starting sixth from Easton, Pennsylvania, number 15, Braylon Morris. And starting seventh from Pittsboro, Indiana, number 36, Whelan Schoenberg. This is your high caliber graphics junior sprint heat race number 2 here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw Non-Wing C mains are posted. Outlaw Non-Wing C mains are posted. Delayed green, as it looks like Emmer and Fenton needed a little bit of help getting started to get onto the racetrack. Caution lights out around the racetrack for the second junior sprint heat race. Waylon Vogel, Dalton Clary, the front row as they'll work their way through turns 3 and 4. Green flags in the air. A couple cars are going to tangle. No caution is out just yet. It doesn't look like the caution is going to come out. It's Emmer and Fenton and Braylon Morris who came together. Riker Sumner is going to take advantage of that messy start and is going to lead lap number 1. Dalton Clary in line behind him in second. Garrett Moorfield third as Waylon Vogel still runs fourth. Braylon Morris picked off Schurenberg that last time around in turns 1 and 2. And now Vogel on the inside of Braylon Morris. Morris going to try to power around the outside, and he'll be able to do so through turns 1 and 2. Trouble in turn 2. Wheelan Schurenberg got loose in front of Emmer and Fenton. Both are able to save it, and we stay green. Still, it's Riker Sumner out in front. Pulled a little bit of a bigger advantage that time over second place Dalton Clary. But Clary going to claw that right back this lap. 4/10 the gap at the line at the halfway point. 4 complete, 4 to go. Dalton Clary closing in for that race lead. 2:10 at the line that last time around. Vogel's car slow off turn 2, able to bring it down to the infield as Riker Sumner will take the 2-to-go mark. But Dalton Clary right there, going to want to try to set up this move as late as possible. White flag this time, going to be a big slip up for Riker Sumner up the hill in turns 3 and 4. Dalton Clary's there, is going to dive it in through turns 1 and 2. In the inside, side by side off turn 2 for heat race number 2 win. In the junior sprint heat races, off turn 4, Clary got a little loose, but Clary stays ahead of the line over Riker Sumner by just 0.05 of a second. It takes the win on the second junior sprint heat race. Garrett Moorfield third, Braylon Morris fourth, Emmer and Fenton across the line at fifth, Wheelan Schurenberg sixth, Waylon Vogel, the only car out of the race, in seventh at the end of lap number 5.
And up next will be our final heat race for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. And here is your starting lineup. Starting first, from Festus, Missouri, number 1Z, Xander LaRose. Starting second, from Des Lodge, Missouri, number 25P, Presley Hall. Starting third, from Romney, Indiana, number 29, Western Paraguay. Starting fourth, from Concord, North Carolina, number 1B, Landon Bailey. Starting fifth, from Dawson, Illinois, number 25B, Case Barnard. And starting sixth, from Coles County, Missouri, number 74C, Cale Martin. This is your final heat race for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway.
Heat 3 for the junior sprints making their way out onto the racetrack. Again, 8 laps of distance for the junior sprints in the heat races. Xander LaRose, Presley Hall, the front row. As they pass by the start cone, green flags in the air on heat race number 3 for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. LaRose goes ahead off turn number 2, back through turns 3 and 4 for the first time under green. And one car almost upside down and will end up on 2 wheels. The red flag is displayed. Cale Martin was the one that ended up on his side, the number 74C. The other cars involved. Weston Paraguay and Case Barnard, the other 2 cars involved down there in turn 3 and 4. Attention in the pits, restricted micros to staging, restricted micros to staging. No laps officially complete here on Heat Race 3 for the junior sprints. Still have all 8 laps to go as they roll their way back into starting positions. Landon Bailey unable to get his car fired. Caution lights out around the racetrack for the 3rd junior sprint heat race. Xander LaRose, Presley Hall, row number 1. Cale Martin, Case Barnard, row number 2. So work their way past the start cone. Green flags in the air once again for the junior sprint heat race number 3. Good jump here from Presley Hall, able to keep alongside with Xander LaRose as they come off turn 2. LaRose powers ahead, and the field will get single file as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4 for the first time. LaRose takes the bump in turn 3 in a bad spot, got him a little bit tight, but didn't lose any positions as Cale Martin got to go through 2 second as Presley Hall got over that bump bad as well. much smoother this time for the field. LaRose leads the first 2 laps. Cale Martin right there with him. Presley Hall is going to have Case Barnard work underneath her going into turns 3 and 4. Barnard going to go ahead as Hall going to try to back up the exit of the corner. Wasn't able to keep it alongside down into turn 1. And that'll keep Case Barnard in the 3rd spot for now. Presley Hall back into 4th. Xander LaRose will complete lap number 4 of this 3rd High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint heat race. It's an 8/10 of a second gap back to Cale Martin in 2nd. And it's a further 1 second back to Case Barnard in 3rd. Presley Hall about 3/10 back from Barnard in 4th. Half a second the gap. Cale Martin had closed in about 3/10 that lap. LaRose coming back to 2 to go this time on the 3rd heat race for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. Through turns 3 and 4, Xander LaRose is going to collect the white flag this time. As Cale Martin falling back, Case Barnard starting to close in. Just again, too little, too late. In heat race number 3 for the junior sprints, LaRose down the back stretching into 3 for the final time. Checkered flags waving for the number 1 Z is Xander LaRose, who's going to win the 3rd and final heat race for the junior sprints tonight on the Jeff Horn Memorial. Cale Martin 2nd, Case Barnard 3rd, Presley Hall 4th. Both Landon Bailey and Weston Pergray is out of the race in 5th and 6th, respectively.
And up next is our Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros heat race number 1 out of 3. Here's your starting lineup for heat number 1. Starting first from Marine, Illinois, number 22D, Dalton Clary. Starting second from Hillsboro, Missouri, number 12K, Kylie Bates. Starting third from Indianapolis, Indiana, number 31K, McKenna Crin. Starting fourth from Monmouth, Illinois, number 81, Braxton Flatt. Starting fifth from Benton, Illinois, number 99G, Gentry Shelton. And starting sixth from Easton, Pennsylvania, number 64, Braylon Morris. This is your Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros heat race number 1 here at Coles County Speedway and the Jeff Horn Memorial.
Dalton Clary, Kylie Bates past the start cone for heat race number 1 for the restricted micros. Good jump there for row number 2, but nowhere to go. As McKenna Crin able to work underneath Braxton Flatt through turns 3 and 4 for the first time under green. Some contact made for McKenna Crin. She's trying to keep it on all 4 tires, just about does, but the car is going to stall and the caution is going to come out. So 1 lap officially complete. Caution lights going out around the racetrack. Dalton Cleary is going to lead us back to green. Kylie Bates second. Braxton Flatt third. Little miscommunication here. I believe a couple drivers did not know it was going to a single file restart. Kent Richelton going to be lining up 4th. Braylon Morris 5th. Restart order with 1 lap complete, 7 to go on heat race 1 for the restricted micros. Dalton Clary electing to go to the bottom on this restart. Through turns 3 and 4, green flag is back in the air. Good jump there for Braxton Flat. It's going to be pushed up towards the outside wall by Kylie Bates. But he's going to have a good run here off turn 2. Bates forced to give the space as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4. Back for the first time under green. And Dalton Clary leads lap number 2 of this race, lap number 1 after the restart. Braylon Moore's already picked off Gentry Shelton on that first lap of the restart. Flat going ever so higher in the corners. Losing some time, though, to Dalton Clary, about 2/10 a lap. As Kylie Bates has Braylon Morris on the inside going back into turns 3 and 4. Clary gets loose, able to save it, and he keeps the lead. Flat is there, trying the outside in turns 1 and 2 as Morris goes by for third behind them. 3 to go this time for Dalton Clary. Braxton Flat is there. Flat was about 1/10 slower that last time around. Flat gets loose on the exit of turn 2. Clary just a little bit more consistent around the racetrack right now. Good run off turn 4 for Braxton Flat. Clary backs out of it as Kylie Bates is going to spin. Very good timing for that caution for Dalton Clary, who's going to take back the lead. And scoring did not come back around for Braxton Flat to complete that lap in the lead. Green-white checkered finish here for heat race number 1 of the restricted micros. Dalton Clary going to lead us back to green. Braxton Flat in second. Braylon Morris third. Gentry Shelton fourth. Kylie Bates fifth. Caution lights out around the racetrack once again. 6 laps complete. It's a green-white checkered finish for the first heat race of the restricted micros. Dalton Clary goes to the middle this time at 3 and 4. Diving back at the restart cone. Green flag's back in the air, about car length advantage by the time he gets into turn 1. Flat goes right back to the high side once again. Yeah, that's a good run down the backstretch into turns 3 and 4. White flag in the air this time. Braxton Flat's there. He may have a shot at 3 and 4 this time if he can get alongside down the backstretch. Clary's going to shut the door on the high side as Flat will try the high side. Checkered flags waving side by side of the line. It looked like Clary was ahead. Dalton Clary, the winner of restricted micro heat race number 1. Braxton Flat in second. Third was Braylon Morris. Fourth, Gentry Shelton. Fifth was Kylie Bates. McKittercran exited the race at the end of lap 1.
And up next is our Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros Heat Race number 2. And here is the starting lineup. Starting first, from Maryland Heights, Missouri, number 29, Forrest Holder. Starting second, from Springfield, Illinois, number 2V, Mason Vincent. Starting third, from Brownsburg, Indiana, number 71, Tate Gurney. Starting fourth, from Springfield, Illinois, number 11S, R.J. Smith. Starting fifth, from Riverdale, California, number 17, M. McInroush. And starting sixth, from Harristown, Illinois, number 88A, A.J. Williams. This is your Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros Heat Race number 2.
Forrest Holder, Mason Vincent, the front row for restricted micros heat race number 2. As they approach the start cone, green flag is out. Good job there for Forrest Holder. Immediately through to the lead on the high side through turns 1 and 2. Tate Gurney going to try to follow him through around the outside of Forrest Holder. Holder back into second as they work back through turns 3 and 4 for the first time under green. And Holder will drop back into third as Tate Gurney powers around the outside into second. Mason Vincent now leading the way, but Tate Gurney's right there already, looking on the inside, trying to find an opening in the defense of Mason Vincent's number 2V. Separated by less than half a car length, Vincent goes up the racetrack towards the middle in turns 3 and 4. Gurney gets a good run off turn 4, is ahead at the line, and will be clear by the time he gets through to the middle of turn 2. Back through 3 and 4. Once again, Tate Gurney now trying to set the pace and pull away from the rest of this restricted microfield. 3/10 faster than second place Mason Vincent that last time around. Forrest Holder third. Great battle there for about fourth on back. R.J. Smith, Maxon Roush, A.J. Williams all packed up there under a blanket trying to fight it out for that fourth position. Off turn 4, though. 2 to go this time for the race leader, Tate Gurney. Gurney still pulling away from Mason Vincent. Forrest Holder isn't gaining any time on Vincent out in front of him back in third. White flag in the air for the number 71 to Tate Gurney this time. Into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. It's going to be the number 71 that's going to receive the checkered flag. Tate Gurney takes the win on heat race number 2 for the restricted micros. Mason Vincent in second. Third will be Forrest Holder. And the last 3 come across the line. Maxon Roush fourth, A.J. Williams fifth, R.J. Smith sixth.
And up next is our final heat race for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. And here is your starting lineup for heat race number 3. Starting first from Concord, North Carolina, number 24B, Colt Bailey. Starting second from Medina, Ohio, number 40, Ty Schaefer. Starting third from Riverton, Illinois, number 21C, Carson Eskew. Starting fourth from Buffalo, Illinois, number 14V, Colton Vogel. Starting fifth from Harrisburg, Illinois, number 14, Niles Tudor. And starting sixth from Doe Run, Missouri, number 5B, Evan Boyd. This is our Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros heat race number 3 here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway.
Colt Bailey, Ty Schaefer, the front row. Ty Schaefer, Carson Eskew was the front row. Green flags in the air for heat race number 3 of the restricted micros. Good jump there for the 21C of Carson Eskew to go from the outside to the inside through turns 1 and 2. Takes the lead away. A couple of cars going over the bumps in a bad way through turns 3 and 4. Able to keep it pointed in the right direction. Still green as Colton Vogel falling back a little bit. He's going to fall behind. Number 40, Ty Schaefer up over the berm in 3 and 4, goes for the jump and taking advantage. It's going to be the number 5 of Evan Boyd, started in 6th. Now he's already up into the lead by the end of lap number 3. Carson Eskew into 2nd as Niles Tudor trying to follow him through. And Tudor will now go through for 2nd off turn 2. Had a good 1 and 2 that time. Now it's not going to be a good 3 and 4. Eskew goes back by for 2nd. Colton Vogel right there wanting to take that 3rd spot away. He goes to the top in 1 and 2. Coming to 3 to go this time is the 5B Evan Boyd. Carson Eskew 3/10 faster that last time around. Colton Vogel throws the slider on Niles Tudor and takes the 3rd spot away. And now the number 40 going to go underneath Bailey or Tudor as well. Ty Schaefer up into 4th in the number 40. White flag this time for Evan Boyd, who goes from last to 1st in just a handful of laps. Now it's top 3 under a blanket. Carson Eskew may have a shot here in turns 3 and 4, maybe just a little bit too far back. As Boyd goes to the high side in 3 and 4, is going to take the win on the 3rd heat race of the restricted micros. Carson Eskew 2nd, Colton Vogel 3rd, Ty Schaefer 4th, Niles Tudor 5th, Colt Bailey 6th.
And coming up next is our non-wing Outlaw C feature 1 of 2 C features. And here's the starting lineup. Starting first, from Millersville, Missouri, number 51B, Joe B. Miller. Starting second, from Coal Valley, Illinois, number 18, Aiden Linegang. Starting third, from Concord, North Carolina, number 7, Carter Beatty. Starting fourth, from Peru, Indiana, number 2S, Andy Stanfield. Starting fifth, from Arlington, Kentucky, number 16, Zach Grogan. Starting sixth, from Kewaskum, Wisconsin, UFO, Code Jaeger. Starting seventh, from Centralia, Illinois, number 28, Michael Coker. Starting eighth, from Riverdale, California, number 17B, Bryson Roush. Starting ninth, from Coal Valley, Illinois, number 31E, Eric Erdman. Starting 10th, from West Frankfort, Illinois, number 5, August Skinner. Starting 11th, from Princeton, Kentucky, number 85, Cale Goodwin. And starting 12th, from Farmington, Missouri, number 88M, Max Crabtree. This is your non-wing Outlaws C main number 1, C feature number 1.
Attention in the pits. Reminders after the non-wing micro C main, it's the modified heats followed immediately by the non-wing outlaw B mains. Again, after the non-wing outlaw C mains, it's the modified heats followed by the non-wing outlaw B mains. Caution lights going out around the racetrack for C feature number 1 on night 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. 10 laps of distance for the C mates tonight. Top 2 advance. It's Joe B. Miller, Aiden Linegang who start in the transfer spots. Carter Beatty, Andy Stanfield, the first 2 out on row number 2. Field will work their way towards the start cone over in turn number 4. Green flag is out. And it's going to be a great jump there for Joey Miller. Got the front tires off the ground and was able to cut off Aiden Linegang from taking the high side. Carter Beatty's going to stack up the field behind him. Back in third as one car peels back down to the infield. Top 2 pulling away from the rest of this C main field behind them. It's a 1 second advantage from second to third. Joby Miller leading the way. Andy Stanfield right there with him, though. Or, excuse me, Aiden Leingang. Andy Stanfield, the first one. Or, excuse me, drop back to fifth that lap. They're still 3 wide, trying to sort it out on the racetrack. In third, Carter Beatty, way slower. Actually, everybody in that second pack is way slower than the front two, who have just completely driven away from the field, already 2 seconds in front of the third place car. Still Joby Miller leading the way. One car into the outside wall off turn 4 and down the front stretch. The caution will come out. Some significant damage for Andy Stanfield, and I think that's going to end his night. On this restart, Joby Miller, Aiden Leingang going to line up 1-2. With 4 laps complete, 6 to go on C Feature 1 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Carter Beatty going to line up 3rd, Zach Grogan 4th, Eric Erdman 5th, Bryson Roush 6th, Cade Yeager 7th. Three cars did not make a start. Michael Coker, Cale Goodwin, Max Crabtree. Caution lights out around the racetrack. Once again, 4 laps complete, 6 to go for C Feature number 1 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Joby Miller, Aiden Leingang starting 1-2 once again on this restart. They're in the transfer for now. Carter Beatty going to try to play spoils in 3rd. Green flag back in the air. 6 laps to go on C Feature number 1. Great jump for the front two. Once again, quickly pulling away from the field behind them. And Aiden Leingang trying to work underneath Joby Miller as they come back through the front stretch for the first time back under green. That's the halfway mark officially. 5 laps complete, 5 to go. Already a 1.5 second advantage as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4. Carter Beatty and the rest of this non-wing micro C main just does not have the pace to keep up with the front two. Zach Grogan trying to find something to happen. Contact in the mid-pack. One car almost upside down. Goes for a 360. Comes back down on all 4 tires, and the caution comes back out. Eric Erdman, the car on the front stretch, able to get it refired, and he'll keep rolling. 7 laps complete here for C Feature number 1 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. 3 to go. 1 to green this time for Joby Miller and Aiden Leingang, who are in the transfer positions at the moment. Carter Beatty 3rd, Zach Grogan 4th, Cade Yeager 5th, Bryson Roush 6th, Eric Erdman lines back up in 7th. Joby Miller towards the restart cone in turn number 4. He'll go to the high side. Yeah, green flags back in the air. Carter Beatty stayed much closer to Aiden Leingang this time on this restart. Close as he's been all night after the initial start to that final transfer spot. But now Leingang starting to find his rhythm once again and pulling back away as Zach Grogan getting work underneath that spot for 3rd as the white flag will come out for Joby Miller and Aiden Leingang. They're both in the transfer spot as they work their way back through turn 2 for the final time. Into turns 3 and 4, checkered flags waving. Joby Miller is going to get the win here on C Feature number 1 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Aiden Leingang going to finish 2nd and transfer through to the B Feature. Cade Yeager gave it everything he could on that final restart, ends up 3rd. Carter Beatty 4th, Zach Grogan 5th, Eric Erdman 6th, Bryson Roush 7th, Andy Stanfield out of the race at the end of lap 4. August Skinner out of the race before he could complete a lap. Michael Coker, Cale Goodwin, and Max Crabtree did not make the start.
And up next is our non-wing Outlaw C feature number 2. Please note that the top 2 finishers in each one of these C main races transfer to the feature later. So here's your starting lineup for C feature number 2. Starting first, from Springfield, Illinois, number 55S, Darren Stark. Starting second, from Springfield, Illinois, number 2V, Mason Vincent. Starting third, from Ashmore, Illinois, number 4W, Wyatt Walters. Starting fourth, from Charleston, Illinois, number 2X, Seth Buell. Starting fifth, from New Lenox, Illinois, number 96N, Nate Casper. Starting sixth, from Oakland, Illinois, number 6, Clayton Apple. Starting seventh, from Roanoke, Illinois, number 9L, Landon Beckwith. Starting 8th, from Farmington, Missouri, number 16C, Sam Coleman. Starting 9th, from Hammond, Illinois, number 7F, Nolan Bartley. Starting 10th, from Charleston, Illinois, number 456, J.R. Carter. And starting 11th, from Wildwood, Missouri, number 33M, Ryan Mueller. This is your C feature number 2 for the non-wing Outlaws here at Coles County Speedway.
Darren Stark on the inside of row number 1 is going to set the pace. Green flag is out. Mason Vincent going to get a good jump there on the outside lane. So does Wyatt Walters. Walters has had engine troubles all week long. Suddenly he's going to find himself just one spot out of the transfer position off the jump. And he is staying right there with Mason Vincent and the race leader Darren Stark at the end of lap number 1. Good run here off turn 2 for Wyatt Walters. He'll have a shot as they come back through turns 3 and 4. Settles back in line for now. At the end of lap number 2, he's still about half a lane higher as Mason Vincent closes in on the back bumper of Darren Stark. I think Mason Vincent might want to try to get this pass out in a hurry. I don't think he knows he's pulling away from Wyatt Walters at the pace he is now. Walters falling back with the rest of the C feature field in this Outlaw Non-Wing class. Still Darren Stark, Mason Vincent still rolling their way around the racetrack, pulling away from the field. 5 laps complete, 5 to go on C feature number 2 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. So watching those lap times for Wyatt Walters, not closing the gap at all at the moment. Just running very similar lap times to Mason Vincent in second, and Walters is going to have something go wrong. And the car just slid all the way through on the entry to turn 1. Just seemed like as soon as he tapped the brakes, I don't know if his brakes just locked up, the engine let go, or something happened for Wyatt. But he is going to park that car in the infield, it looks like, and call it quits. Darren Stark going to lead us back to green. 4 laps to go. 6 complete on the C feature 2 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Caution lights turn off around the racetrack. Seth Buell lining up in 3rd. Nolan Bartley 4th. Ryan Mueller the top 5. Nate Casper, the tail end of that top 5. Towards the restart cone, Darren Stark goes to the middle of the racetrack. Green flag's back in the air. Good jump there for Seth Buell. Had a good run off turn 4 to try to take a peek to the inside of Mason Vincent. Just did not able to get it alongside. Had to defend from Nolan Bartley, who goes up the racetrack at turns 1 and 2. He'll fight back to the inside around Nate Casper off turn 4. So everybody holds positions at the end of lap number 1. Coming around to complete lap number 8 now of the C feature. Still Darren Stark, Mason Vincent pulling away from the field behind them. Trouble in turn 2. One car, now 2 cars loose over there. Both of them are able to save it, and the white flag will come out. Another car goes up over the berm. That's Ryan Mueller on the front stretch. He's going to peel it down to the infield. And Darren Stark going to roll into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkered flags waving. Darren Stark gets the win on C feature number 2. Mason Vincent finishes 2nd and advances through to the B feature later on after the modified heat races. In the Outlaw Non-Wing Micro class, Seth Buell 3rd, Nolan Bartley 4th, Clayton Apple 5th, Landon Beckwith 6th, J.R. Carter 7th, Ryan Mueller out of the race at the end of lap 9, Wyatt Walters out of the race at the end of lap 6. Sam Coleman did not make the start.
And up next is our BMODs 2 heat races. And here's your starting lineup for heat race number 1. Starting first from West Lebanon, Indiana, number H28, Braden Keller. Starting second from Park Hills, Missouri, number 51, Clayton Stanfield. Starting third from Hillsboro, Missouri, number 13, Zach Whaley. Starting fourth from Park Hills, Missouri, number 52, Bradley Stanfield. Starting fifth from Mattoon, Illinois, number 59, J.D. Evans. Starting sixth from Charleston, Illinois, number 32, Dustin King. And starting seventh from Ashmore, Illinois, number 121, Drew Schwartz. This is your BMOD heat race number 1 here at Coles County Speedway and the Jeff Horn Memorial.
Attention in the pits, Outlaw Non-Wing, B mains to staging, Outlaw Non-Wing, B mains to staging. Caution lights out around the racetrack for topless BMOD heat race number 1. 8 laps of distance for these drivers. Braden Keller, Clayton Stanfield, the front row. Green flag is out. Good jump there for pretty much everybody. We'll have the number 28 of Keller go through to the lead off turn 2. J.D. Evans with a good jump himself, going to look for second in the entry to turn 3 and will take it as they come off turn number 4. Almost 3 wide off turn number 4 for the third spot. And Braden Keller leads lap number 1. J.D. Evans second. Clayton Stanfield running third at the moment, goes a little bit too high up the racetrack, and they're 3 wide off turn number 4. Some contact being made, and they'll all sort of back down to single file by the time they work their way off turn 2. Clayton Stanfield slow down the backstretch and will bring it down to the infield. 3 laps complete now for Braden Keller out on the point. Not pulling away at a rapid pace from J.D. Evans. Evans staying right there with him. As it looks like a tire is going to, no, just a wheel hub. No caution. Came off the the 32 car of Dustin King back at the tail of the field. Off turn 4 once again. 5 laps complete. 3 to go this time for the topless BMOD heat race 1. Braden Keller, 1.3 second advantage over second place J.D. Evans. Drew Schwartz working underneath the 52 of Bradley Stanfield, last night's feature winner. Off turn 4, somehow Dustin King was able to keep it pointed in the right direction, and we stay green. A white flag in the air for Braden Keller. Keller off into turn 3 for the final time, and heat race number 1 for the topless BMODs, and he'll collect the checkered flag. Braden Keller wins heat race number 1 of the topless BMODs. J.D. Evans across the line in second. Third will be Bradley Stanfield. Fourth, Drew Schwartz. Fifth will be Dustin King. Clayton Stanfield pulled off the racetrack after 2 laps complete. Zach Whaley did not make the start.
Up next is our B Modifieds heat race number 2. And here's your starting lineup. Starting first from Ashmore, Illinois, number 1H, Caleb Stevens. Starting second from Ashmore, Illinois, number 69, Braden Doyle. Starting third from Ashmore, Illinois, number 66, Casey Schrock. Starting fourth from Sullivan, Illinois, number 14, Carter Standifer. Starting fifth from Charleston, Illinois, number 54, C. Mason Lynch. Starting sixth from Charleston, Illinois, number 08, Brady Collins. And starting seventh from Deslodge, Missouri, number 25, Rob Neubauer. This is your B Modified heat race number 2, the final heat race for the B Mods tonight.
Caleb Steffens, Braden Doyle, the front row as they go past the start cone. Green flag is out. Good jump there for Braden Doyle on the outside lane, able to keep it alongside perfectly on Caleb Steffens, and he will go through to the lead off turn number 2. Braden Doyle clear by a couple of car lengths by the time he comes off turn number 4. As they're side by side for second behind him. Casey Schrock trying to make something happen down on the bottom underneath the 1H of Caleb Steffens. Not going to happen, and the field will go single file into turns 3 and 4. Caleb Steffens a little bit too deep on the injured at 3. Has to really slam on the brakes to not get into the outside wall. And that'll put Casey Schrock through up to second. Mason Lynch working underneath now the 1H. Hill is going to take away the third spot, and now Caleb Steffens just not able to find a rhythm, and his number 1H falls all the way back into 5th. It was off turn 4 at the halfway point. It is the number 69 of Braden Doyle leading the way, 1.5 second advantage over the car in second, Casey Schrock. Battle for third, Carter Standifer and Mason Lynch making some contact going off into turn 3. They'll both slide up the racetrack, no further contact between them, and Standifer will go ahead to third. It looks like Caleb Steffens was on the back bumper of Mason Lynch there as they came off turn 2. Both drivers able to keep a point in the right direction. Braden Doyle, 2.1 second advantage off turn number 4, this time to the white flag. Casey Schrock himself has about a 1 second advantage over Carter Standifer in third, who has Mason Lynch trying to make something happen here at the end of this race. Checkered flags waving off turn 4 for Braden Doyle, who's going to win the second topless BMOD heat race. Casey Schrock across the line in second. Third is Carter Standifer. Fourth is Mason Lynch trying his best to keep the 1H to Caleb Steffens behind him in fifth. Brady Collins left the race at the end of lap 3. Rob Neubauer did not make the start.
And coming up next will be our non-wing Outlaw B features. There'll be 2 of them. Top 3 will transfer from each one of these B features. And your starting lineup for feature number 1 is, starting first from Broadheadsville, Pennsylvania, number 95B, James Rosselli. Starting second from Canyon, Texas, number 20Q, Brecken Reese. Starting third from Coal Valley, Illinois, number 69T, Trade Erderman. Starting fourth from Frankfort, Indiana, number 29S, Stone Sharp. Starting fifth from Edwardsville, Illinois, number 94, Jordan Clary. Starting sixth from Macedonia, Illinois, number 57V, Matt Beach. Starting seventh from Monticello, Illinois, number 97D, J.B. Gilbert. Starting eighth from West Frankfort, Illinois, number 21, Sam Morthland. Starting ninth from Ashmore, Illinois, number 4R, Cameron Roback. And starting 10th from Harristown, Illinois, number 8J, J.J. Williams. This is your non-wing Outlaw B feature number 1, top 3 transfer. Okay, there have been 2 cars added to this race. Starting 11th from Millersville, Missouri, number 51B, Joe B. Miller. And starting 12th from Coal Valley, Illinois, number 18, Aiden Linegang.
Caution lights out around the racetrack. James Rosselli, Brecken Reese, Trey Erdman are going to be the cars starting inside the transfer spots as they work their way back to the start cone in turn number 4. Green flags in the air on B feature number 1. Great jump there for Brecken Reese on the outside of row 1. He's going to go through to the lead around James Rosselli off turn number 2. Stone Sharp going to find his way up into 4th, and the caution will come out. One car comes to a halt in turn 2. That's Aiden Linegang, who finished second in the C main. Or finished second in C main 2, I should clarify. Field's going to double back up, and the caution lights will go off again. Complete race restart, no laps officially complete. 12 laps, the distance for the B features tonight, the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Again, Brecken Reese, James Roselli, Trey Erdman, the cars who will start in as they take the green flag once again for the B feature number 1 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros through turns 1 and 2. Much better jump this time for James Roselli, able to keep it side by side with Brecken Reese off into turns 3 and 4. Off turn 4 at the line, Trey Erdman stays inside that transfer position. Stone Sharp to his inside as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4. Still side by side for the lead out in front of them. Finally, Brecken Reese will pull ahead. And in the meantime, Trey Erdman goes too high in turn 4. Drops 2 spots to Stone Sharp, Matt Beach. Three laps complete on this Outlaw Non-Wing B feature 1, and James Roselli already working back to the inside of Brecken Reese. Roselli started on the pole of the A main last night. Of course, finding himself in the B main tonight. He's going to want to find his way in. If he potentially could win this, he could have himself a much better starting position than he would like in the A main later tonight. Right now, he stays in. Doesn't need to be as aggressive right now as Matt Beach all over the back bumper of Stone Sharp as we come back around to the halfway point. And you got that second pack that's really, really tightly racing each other. Trey Erdman, the leader of that one. Come off turn 4 once again. Complete lap number 7. 5 to go in this Outlaw Non-Wing B feature 1. Now Stone Sharp pulling away from Matt Beach for the final transfer spot. Still the top 2 under a blanket. Brecken Reese, James Roselli. They just cannot get away from each other. 2/10 the gap at the line that last time around. Three to go this time for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. In B feature number 1, still Brecken Reese leading the way, going for a kind of a experimental line in 3 and 4 that time. Right now the top 3 just don't want a caution as they work their way back to the white flag this time. Brecken Reese will collect that white flag. James Roselli in second, Stone Sharp third. Sharp has about a 3/4 of a second advantage over the final transfer position. And the checkered flag is going to fly for Brecken Reese on B feature number 1 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. James Roselli across the line in second. Stone Sharp, the last car in, finishing in third. Again, Brecken Reese, James Roselli, Stone Sharp, the top 3, and those 3 all advance on to the A main later tonight. Matt Beach 4th, Trey Erdman 5th, J.B. Gilbert 6th, Joe B. Miller 7th, J.J. Williams 8th, Aiden Langay 9th, Jordan Clary 10th, Sam Morthland 11th, Cameron Romack in 12th. Up next, B feature number 2 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. On the pole, the number 4, Michael Linderman from Leesport, Pennsylvania. Alongside him, Brody Bridgman from Farmington, Missouri, the number 14B. In third, it's Cade Ballinger from Leamington, Illinois, the number 14K. Max Crabtree from Farmington, Missouri, the 88M, lining up fourth. Brad Sutton and the number 9 from Pomolto, Florida, in fifth. Mike Spatola, the number 89 from Manhattan, Illinois, starting 6th. Mason Benhauer from Dillsburg, Pennsylvania, the 21B, starting 7th. Brian Jones in the 8th starting spot, and the number 29J from Eddyville, Kentucky. Andy Bishop from Harrisburg, Illinois, the 41, starting 9th. Danny Hayes from Charleston, Illinois, the 211, rounding out the top 10. Starting 11th, the C feature number 2 winner, Darren Stark from Springfield, Illinois, the 55S, and Mason Vincent is outside from Springfield, Illinois, the number 2V. That's the starting lineup for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micro B Feature 2. B feature number 2 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros working their way back to the 1 to green signal, this time by. In 12 laps, top 3 transfer. Michael Linderman, Brody Bridgman, Cade Ballinger, the top 3, and they will start inside the transfer position. The field will work their way towards the start cone in turns 3 and 4. Green flag is out on B feature number 2 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Bad jump there for Cade Ballinger. That's going to allow Max Crabtree from the outside of row 2 to jump down inside the transfer position up into 3rd. Another car going to follow him through as well. Mike Spatola, Roll King Road to the Dome Super Late Model Class winner, is trying to find his way in as Brody Bridgman got sideways in front of Michael Linderman. That allows Linderman to go back through to the lead off turn number 2, or off turn 4. Bridgman staying right there on him, side by side for the final transfer spot off turn 2. Mike Spatola was ahead at the line that last time around, but now Max Crabtree gets a better 3 and 4, and he'll go ahead. Spatola, huge block there on Brad Sutton. Wasn't really a whole lot of room between the 2 cars behind Mike Spatola. But somehow they all make it work. 4 laps complete on B feature Outlaw Non-Wing Micros number 2. Top 3 remains the same. Michael Lindemann, Brody Bridgman, Max Crabtree off turn 4 this time. Halfway mark for him. 6 laps complete. 6 to go. Mike Spatola just watching Max Crabtree out in front of him. He's slowly reeling him in lap by lap. It's just a couple hundredths every lap. But the rate he's going, he's going to slowly get to him. Had a bad 3 and 4 that time. Lost 2 tenths, about half a second to gap now. Up to Max Crabtree in 3rd. Max Crabtree trying to get as big of a cushion as he can over that final transfer spot. Michael Linderman, Brody Bridgman, Max Crabtree, the top 3, they're in at the moment. So we'll come back to 3 to go this time. On the second B feature for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros, Brad Sutton underneath Binhauer for the 5th position. And he's going to be able to make that work out. Or at least briefly made it work out. Off turn 4, 2 to go this time for B feature number 2 of the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Coming to the white flag this time is Michael Linderman. He's got Brody Bridgman, Max Crabtree in tow. It's about 1 second back to Mike Spatola back in 4th. Working through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Michael Linderman is going to take the win on B feature number 2 for the Outlaw Non-Wing Micros. Brody Bridgman across the line in 2nd. Max Crabtree in 3rd. Those are the top 3, and they'll transfer on to the A-Main later time. Brad Sutton had a hard impact, broke the right front suspension at the end of the race. Mike Spatola across the line in 4th, the first car out. Mason Beinhauer 5th, Darren Stark 6th, Mason Vincent 7th, Danny Hayes 8th, Andy Bishop 9th, Cade Ballinger 10th, Brad Sutton 11th, Brian Jones 12th. Again, the top 3 that transfer, Michael Linderman, Brody Bridgman, and Max Crabtree. Up next, it's the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints main event. 15 laps for the Junior Sprints on night 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Evan Boyd from Derwent, Missouri in the 5B will start on the pole. Cale Martin to his outside from Cole Camp, Missouri in the number 74C. Cruz Parson from Park Hill, Missouri in the number 6 starting 3rd. From Marine, Illinois, Stolton Clary in the 1T starting 4th. Riker Sumner from Terre Haute, Indiana, the number 20 starting 5th. LaRose to his outside at the 6th starting spot from Festus, Missouri in the number 1Z. Huxon Roush from Riverdale, California, the 17H lines up 7th. Case Barnard from Dawson, Illinois, the 25B in 8th. Braylon Morris from Easton, Pennsylvania in the number 15, starting 9th. Riding at the top 10 is the number 17 from Fort Madison, Iowa, Garrett Moorfield. In 11th, Carter Banks from Hillsborough, Missouri, the number 99B. In 12th, Presley Hall, Deslodge, Missouri in the 25P. In 13th, it's Emerin Fenton in the 99 from Hillsborough, Ohio. 14th, it's Ryder Morris from White Pigeon, Michigan in the number 14M. Lining up at 15th, it's Landon Bailey from Concord, North Carolina in the 1B. 16th, it's the 99K of Kylie Cox from Fillmore, Indiana. Reed Bailey from Concord, North Carolina, lines up 17th in the car number 5. Waylon Vogel to his outside in the 18th starting spot from Buffalo, Illinois in the 14V. Weston Paraguay from Romney, Indiana, the number 29, starts 19th. Wheelan Schoenberg going to round out the field in the 20th and final starting position in car 36 from Pittsboro, Indiana. That's the starting lineup for the High Caliber Rifles Junior Sprints on night number 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Attention in the pits, attention to the pits. A mains are posted. A main starting lineups are posted.
And while we're waiting for the junior race to start, we'd like to wish Callie Romack a very happy 16th birthday. If you see Callie, go tell her happy birthday and even sing to her. She would like that. So happy birthday, Callie.
Junior sprints on the racetrack, 20 laps the distance for them tonight in their future. Don't believe we're going to have all 20 of them on the racetrack, but we're going to have most of them on the racetrack for this feature. Race control giving these drivers a couple laps to make their way up into their starting positions. 1-2 green this time by for the junior sprints. It's their final feature of 2025 here at Coles County Speedway. 15 laps to settle it out here on night 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Evan Boyd, Cale Martin in the front row. Cruz Parson, Dalton Cleary on row number 2. They'll work their way towards turns 3 and 4, and the green flag is out. 3 wide off into turn number 1 for the race lead. They'll sort it back down to 2 wide. Cruz Parsons thought better than to go 3 wide. Riker Sumner says, I'll go 3 wide. I want to take that second spot away. Cole Martin dropping back a few positions, trying just to get it sorted down to at least 2 wide. They're almost 4 wide, and one car wildly flipping on the back or into turns 3 and 4, and the red flag is out. Emerin Fitton, the driver that went over, she's already climbed from the race car and is making the way back to the pit area. No laps officially being marked as complete. Will be a complete race restart for the junior sprint feature. Under this red flag, race control is working on getting the field back into their starting positions for a complete race restart. Drivers have gotten back into their starting positions. Yellow flag conditions back out on the racetrack. Caution lights out. 1 to go signal has been given to the drivers. Once again, a complete race restart after the turn 3 flip from Emmerin Fitton. Evan Boyd, Cale Martin in the front row for the junior sprint feature. Green flag is out. Side by side off into turns 1 and 2. Evan Boyd gets a good turn 2. Not so much a good turn 2 for Cale Martin. Looks like he hit a bump kind of in a bad way. Riker Sumner taking advantage. He's up to second, but Cruz Parson right there with him. Parson was ahead at the line, and we'll go ahead on the entry to turn 1. And here comes Dalton Clary down to the inside. Trying to find something. Could not get around Riker Sumner. Into the infield goes the outside front row starter, Cale Martin. Waylon Vogel looks slow on the front stretch, able to keep it up to pace as the leader is getting around to him. Evan Boyd still leading the way at the end of lap number 3. Cruz Parson in second. In third, the 1T of Dalton Clary. Fourth, Riker Sumner. Fifth, the number 15 of Braylon Morris. There comes Dalton Clary to the inside looking for second. He takes it away on the entry to turn 3. And Dalton Clary now up to second. And it's Evan Boyd and Dalton Clary. 1-2. Dalton Clary won last night. And Evan Boyd leading the way right now. Hoping he can keep it that way as they work their way up towards more lap traffic up the road in front of them. Riker Sumner has Morris underneath him. Braylon Morris going to take away that 4th spot going off into turn 1. Cruz Parsons is starting to fall back from the front 2 as it will come around a complete lap number 7 of the final junior sprint feature of 2025 at Coles County Speedway. Braylon Morris going to have a shot at Cruz Parsons here going into turn 3. Gave him a little bump. Just let him know he's there. Cruz Parsons going to try to go overly aggressive on the entry to turn 3. Some contact being made between 3rd and 4th. And the front 2 of Evan Boyd, Dalton Clary go by the lap traffic. Cruz Parson going underneath it. I think Morris wanted to go around it on the outside. A lap car being used as a pick for Cruz Parson to hold on to that 3rd spot. 10 laps complete, 5 to go for the junior sprint season at Coles County Speedway in 2025. Here comes Braylon Morris again, has a good opportunity. Gets a huge run down the backstretch on Cruz Parson. In the end of it, is forced to back out of it. Did not have a good entry to turn 3. Still sitting right in line, wanting to take that 3rd spot away. The lead car, Evan Boyd, going to come around to 3 to go this time. Dalton Clary still running second, now falling back from the race leader. Just a couple tenths a lap, maybe a tenth or so at a time. Parson way up the racetrack. That's going to allow Morris by. Morris with an opportunity is going to take the lead away. Or not take the lead away, goes back up into 3rd. Trouble for the race leader, Evan Boyd. He hits a bump in turns 3 and 4. That's going to put Dalton Clary to the lead as he takes the white flag. First lap led of the race for Dalton Clary. Clear by a car length down the backstretch into turns 3 and 4. Evan Boyd not going to have enough. Dalton Clary is going to sweep the Jeff Horn Memorial in the junior sprint class. Dalton Clary takes the win on the junior sprint feature. And the Jeff Horn Memorial sweeps the weekend in the number 1T. Car finishes second, Evan Boyd. And I had to settle for that second place finish at the end of the year. Braylon Morris 3rd, Riker Sumner 4th, Cruz Parson 5th, Case Barnard 6th, Huxon Rash 7th, Xander LaRose 8th, Garrett Moorfield 9th. Carter Bates rounded out the top 10. Ryder Morris finished at 11th, Presley Hall 12th, Kylie Cox 13th, Wheelan Schoenberg 14th. First car one lap down was Reed Bailey. Wayne Vogel left the race at the end of lap 3. Cale Martin at the end of lap 1. Emmerin Fitton out of the race after flipping in turn 3 off the start. Both Landon Bailey and Weston Pergway did not make the start. So So Dalton Clary into Coles County Speedway victory lane for the second time this weekend with the Jeff Horn Memorial. Kevin Bunt's going to be waiting for him down in victory lane.
All right, let's have a big round of applause for your high caliber graphic junior sprint feature winner, Dalton Clary from Marine, Illinois. All right, Dalton, I guess I missed it, but apparently you made a pass on the very last corner.
Yeah, it felt really good.
Yeah, how'd you get by him?
There was a big hole in 3 and 4. He hit it a little too hard, so I just went underneath him and passed.
Well, I wish I would have seen that because that sure sounded exciting to me. So you had a good weekend here, huh?
Yeah, and I just have something to say. A couple years ago, Dana let me drive his car, and I flipped it, and he's letting me drive it again.
Excellent. All right, you got anybody you need to thank?
Dana Robinson, Mom, Dad, sister, Heath Ross, and
That's it? All right. Well, good job, young man. Congratulations. All right, everybody. One more time. Big round of applause for Dalton Clary from Marine, Illinois, your high caliber graphics junior sprint feature winner here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway.
So that's the first half of tonight's program complete. We're going to head to do a little bit of track prep before the restricted feature coming up here in just a little bit. And then the top was BMODs and the Non-Wing Outlaws. $10,000 to win at the end of the night. 45 laps for the Non-Wing Outlaws at the end of the night. Make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here from Coles County Speedway. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Restricted micros feature to staging. Restricted micros feature to staging. it's time to go back racing here from Coles County Speedway on night 2 for the Jeff Horn Memorial. The restricted micros out onto the racetrack. Evan Boyd, the number 5B, starts us on the pole for a 20-lap feature. Mason Vincent to his outside in the 2V. Braxton Flatt lining up third in the number 81. Braylon Morris in the 64 on the outside of row number 2. Starting fifth is the 22D of Dalton Clary. Sixth, the 21C of Carson Eskew. Inside of row number 4, the 17M of Maxon Roush. In eighth, the 29 of Forrest Holder. On row number 5, we can find the number 14V of Colton Vogel and A.J. Williams in the 88A. Kenton Richelle in the 99G starting 11th. Ty Schaefer, the number 40, lining up at 12th. Niles Tudor lining up in the number 14 in the 13th starting position. 14th, it's the 11S of R.J. Smith. Inside of row number 8 in the 15th starting spot, the 12K of Kylie Bates. 16th, the 31K of McKenna Cran. And on the final row number 9, the 24B of Colt Bailey is going to start 17th. And Tate Gurney, after disqualified from not attending the scales at the end of his heat race, going to line up 18th. Long road ahead for Tate Gurney tonight in this feature. One, two, green coming this time by for the final restricted feature of 2025 at Coles County Speedway. Caution lights turn off around the racetrack for the restricted micro feature in night 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway. Evan Boyd, Mason Vincent side by side. Passes by the start cone. Green flag is out. And the racing in the restricted micro feature for the final time in 2025. 3 wide for second already as we go through turn 2 for the first time. That's going to allow Mason Vincent to get away. Braxton Flatt trying to work his way down to the bottom. Evan Boyd is able to take that second spot, though, and try to drive away from Braxton Flatt. Fourth at the line, Braylon Morris. Clary rounding out the top 5. Trouble turn 2. A caution's going to come out. One car spun right in the middle of turns 1 and 2. 1 lap marked as complete for the restricted micro feature. 19 laps to go. R.J. Smith, the car, the number 11S, that spun in turn 1. Mason Vincent going to lead us back to green. Evan Boyd in second. Third, Braxton Flatt. Fourth, Braylon Morris. Rounding out the top 5 is Dalton Clary. Carson Eskew sixth. Seventh, we can find Maxon Roush on this restart. Colton Vogel 8th. Forrest Holder 9th. A.J. Williams, the top 10. Caution lights out around the racetrack. 1 lap complete. 19 laps to go for the restricted micro feature on night 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Mason Vincent, green flag back in the air as he goes early. Couple car lengths, quite a few car lengths. Actually, Evan Boyd sliding around the front stretch, trying to find some grip. Just couldn't find anything. Colton Vogel on 2 tires further back in the pack. All the way through turns 1 and 2. Braxton Flatt off turn 4 up into second. And he was about a 10th faster that lap than Mason Vincent. Braxton Flatt was the winningest driver last year in this restrictor class at Coles County Speedway. He has not had much luck this year with this restrictor car, but he still clicked off quite a few wins. He's looking for just another one to his feature win count this year at Coles County Speedway. He's going to try to chase down Mason Vincent. 1 car bicycling through turn 3 and 4. The red flag is displayed. Forrest Holder, that could have been a lot worse. Luckily, bringing that car to a stop on all 4 tires.
Attention in the restricted pitch. Attention in the restricted pits. We have an ambulance on the way. We have got them in order for a restart. We may be a few minutes. If we're going to take an extended amount of time, we will let you come out to your driver, but at this time, we're waiting to see what the options are. But give us just a minute and we'll let you know.
So at this time, remain under a red flag after Forrest Holder went upside down in turn 4. At this time, Forrest Holder will be transported to the local hospital. If we get an update on his condition, we'll pass it on to you.
All right. Representatives to each car. This is a closed red. It is a closed red. Do not work on the car, but you can talk to your driver. If your driver wants to get out, they are free to get out and turn their engines off. We will make sure everybody is able to get fired back off. I don't think heat and engines will be a problem tonight, but we will make sure if they need push, they will not be penalized. Anything like that. Just be with your driver and make sure they get buckled back in when we are able to race. We appreciate you parents being out here and everybody else that's with the drivers. We'll let you know what's going on as soon as we can.
Attention on the track, attention on the track. Drivers to your cars, drivers to your cars. flag back out at Coles County Speedway for night 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial for the restricted micros. So 3 laps complete for the restricted micros in their 20-lap feature. 17 laps to go. Mason Vincent going to line up with the lead on this restart. Braxton Flat second, Braylon Morris third. Evan Boyd fourth, Dalton Clary fifth. Sixth will be Carson Eskew, seventh, Mackin Roush. Eighth, Coton Vogel, ninth, A.J. Williams. In the top 10 will be rounded out by Gentry Shelton. One, two, green at the flag stand this time by for the restricted micro feature once again. "17 laps remaining of the restricted micro season here at Coles County Speedway. Night 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial. Mason Vincent going to lead the restricted micros back to the top side in 3 and 4. Green flag back in the air. Flat going to go right back to the high side in turns 1 and 2. Falls a couple car lengths back behind Mason Vincent as they come back around for the first time under green. All the drivers work up the racetrack a little bit higher this time, about a full lane up the hill. Flat closing in on Mason Vincent already on the back bumper of Vincent. Vincent going for a kind of a diamond approach now to the corners around the racetrack. Flat keeping it up on the high side. Now Vincent goes high in 3 and 4 to throw the block on Flat. Caution's going to wave again for R.J. Smith. Second time this race that R.J. Smith has brought up the caution. So the caution comes back out. 5 laps complete, 15 to go. Mason Vincent going to lead us back to green on this restart. Braxton Flat second, Braylon Morris third, Dalton Clary fourth. Fifth will be Evan Boyd. 1 to green coming around this time. 6th, Carson Eskew. 7th, Mackin Roush. 8th, Coton Vogel. 9th, A.J. Williams. And riding on top 10 once again is Gentry Shelton. Caution lights out around the racetrack as Mason Vincent going to bring the restricted micro feature field up towards the top side in turns 3 and 4. Green flag back in the air. Good jump here for Mason Vincent. We'll see if Flack can try to chase him down as the car behind them, Braylon Morris, into the outside wall down the front stretch, trying to get everything he could on that restart. And Colton Bailey goes for a spin in turn 2. Caution will come back out. R.J. Smith was uninvolved in that incident. So a couple of cars tangling. Kylie Bates, we'll start it with Cole Bailey spinning. Kylie Bates locked down the brakes to avoid him. Same thing from R.J. Smith. Same restart order we just had for the top 10. No laps marked as complete. 15 to go still on the restricted micro feature. go signal being given to the restricted micro field. Once again, 15 laps the distance, 5 laps complete. Mason Vincent to the top side and 3 and 4 again for yet another restart. Green flag back in the air. Some debris on the front stretch. This will likely have to be a caution as Dalton Clary spins over in turns 1 and 2. Ton of debris all the way down the front stretch wall. Not sure which car it came off of. So again, no laps marked as complete. This time with Dalton Clary to the tail, that shakes up the top 10. Track crew working on picking up the debris on the front stretch while the field gets into their restarting order. Track crew still looking for more debris. Doesn't look like they found any more. So they will come back to the 1 to green signal this time once again with the restricted micro feature. Still only 5 laps complete, 15 to go for the restricted micros. Mason Vincent brings the field back to green off turn number 4. Good jump for him. Great jump there for Braxton Flat as well. Be able to get away from the 64, Braylon Morris. As we work our way down the backstretch for the first time back under green into turns 3 and 4. We're going to click off at another lap, and it looks like as everybody works their way through turns 3 and 4. Tate Gurney, by the way, one of those the car that won his heat race and was disqualified at the tail end of the pack now, trying to slowly making his way forward. But I don't know if he's got enough time to find his way up front. Going to need a ton more cautions for Tate Gurney as Evan Boyd's car into the infield and back out onto the racetrack. Trouble turn 3. SQ gets turned sideways in front of the field, and the car is going to stall. A caution is going to come out. Yeah, SQ had a little bit of help from the car behind him. And unfortunately for him, wasn't able to gather it up. And so that caution does unfortunately come back out. 8 laps marked as complete now for the restricted micro feature, 12 to go. As one car will peel into the infield. So the 88A of A.J. Williams pulled to the infield. That debris on the front stretch, some weights from his race car. So unfortunately for him, I do believe that's going to end his night, was running 5th at the time of that caution. Mason Vincent will lead us back to green and yet another restart. Braxton Flatt in second, Braylon Morris third, Maxon Roush fourth, Colton Vogel will round out the top 5 now. Tate Gurney sixth, Henry Shelton seventh, Niles Tudor eighth, McKenna Crin ninth, and Kylie Bates will round out the top 10 for this restart. Going green flag next time around. 1 to green signal being given to the drivers. Mason Vincent back down the backstretch towards the restart cone in turn number 4. Green flag back in the air. Great jump here from Braxton Flatt this time. Got a little bit too low, it looks like, through that restart cone area. And he dropped back a couple car lengths. And it will be about a quarter of a second gap when they come back around to the timing line for the first time back under green. 9 laps complete for the restricted micros. Halfway this time around. No caution's going to come back out. Colt Bailey pointed in the wrong direction. May have had some help from Eskew. It's Carson Eskew who may have given him a little bit of help. Both are back there towards the tail end of the field. Field working back into their restarting order. We're going to roll it back 1 lap to lap 8 officially complete. Race control getting drivers back into their restarting positions. One to go signal has been given and received by the drivers. And Mason Vincent with 12 laps left to go in this restricted micro feature. Going to bring them back to the high side in 3 and 4. Green flag back in the air. Field navigates through turns 1 and 2 cleanly. He's worked way back through turns 3 and 4. Tate Gurney, I mentioned him before, slowly making his way through the field. Needs some cautions. He's found his way now up to the outside of Maxon Roush for the 4th position. And he's got that outside lane rolling nicely. He's probably, honestly, the fastest car on the racetrack right now. We just ran an 11.9. It was about half a second slower as Colton Vogel bicycles through turn 2. Able to keep it on all 4 tires. We stay green. Gurney now underneath Morris for 3rd and takes it away. Very aggressive move there from Tate Gurney. 9 laps to go on the restricted micro feature, and we've got another tangle in turn number 1. And the caution comes back out again. It's a 5-car incident. Looks like Niles Tudor involved, along with Kylie Bates, Evan Boyd, Colton Vogel, and I cannot tell what that last car is. That looks to be the 99G of Gentry Shelton. The fifth and final car involved in this incident. So 9 laps officially marked as complete in the restricted micro feature. Mason Vincent going to lead us to green once again. Braxton Flat in second. Tate Gurney now up to third. Braylon Morris fourth. Right at the top five is going to be Maxon Roush. One to green signal has been given for the restricted micros feature. Caution gets waved back on. One, two, green this time by, once again, 11 laps complete, 9 to go in the restricted micro feature. Mason Vincent, control of the field, green flag's back in the air, catches the berm. A little bit too hard, it looked like, allowed the 81 of Braxton Flat to get a little bit of a better restart as they work through turns 1 and 2 under green once again. Tate Gurney right there with him, rolling the bottom. He's going to get underneath the 81 of Braxton Flat. And the caution is going to come out again. Gentry Shelton spins in turn 4. No laps, I believe, will be marked as complete. So race control will mark the 12th lap as complete, 8 laps to go. On the restricted micro feature, Mason Vincent going to lead us back to green with the Wendigo signal given. Braxton Flat second, Tate Gurney third, Braylon Morris fourth, Maxon Roush the top 5 as they work their way back to the restart cone in turns 3 and 4. Green flag back in the air. Tate Gurney going to try to work his way around Braxton Flat as quickly as possible, give himself as much time as he can to catch and pass Mason Vincent if he can do so. Top 3 cars very equal to each other tonight in this feature. Flat still running that high side, running a little bit faster than Tate Gurney at the moment. Mason Vincent a little bit faster than both of them as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4. Flat and Gurney side by side off turn 4. The caution will come out. This time it is the number 64, Braylon Morris, spinning in turn 4. 13 laps marked as complete, 7 to go. Mason Vincent going to lead us back to green. Next time around, 1 to green signal to the drivers being given. Braxton Flat in second. Third will be Tate Gurney. Fourth, Maxon Roush. Riding up top 5 will be McKenna Crenn. Mason Vincent towards the restart cone in turn number 4. Once again, green flag back in the air. Braxton Flat a little bit too deep on the exit of turn number 4. That's going to allow Tate Gurney to be alongside on the exit of turn number 2. Flat's going to power back ahead. Down the backstretch into turns 3 and 4 for that second position. But once again, it is still Mason Vincent leading the way. And here comes Tate Gurney on the inside of Braxton Flat. Very equal to each other. And now Flat not going to be clear on that outside lane. Gurney is there. Flat makes a little mistake in 3 and 4. Gurney up to second, and he's clear. Caution again. 3-car pile up in turn 3. Kylie Bates, Colton Vogel, and it looks like Braylon Morris, the cars involved. 15 laps looks like they're being marked as complete, 5 to go. Lights right around the racetrack. Mason Vincent with 5 laps to go on the restricted feature. He goes early this time. Green flag back in the air. He's got a hard charger behind him. From last to second at this point in time, Tate Gurney going to be looking to take this win away from Mason Vincent. Vincent's led every lap up to this point. Gurney back down to the bottom in 3 and 4. Gurney's going to slide up right on the back bumper of Mason Vincent. Vincent shuts the door on the inside of the lane into turns 1 and 2. He pulls a couple car lengths ahead as he goes back to the high side in 3 and 4. Tate Gurney's there again on the inside. Not quite as far alongside this time. Gurney goes to the top in 1 and 2. 3 laps to go. Gurney slides a little bit too far in 1 and 2. That's going to allow Mason Vincent to pull ahead ever so further. 7/10 the gap of the line. 2 laps to go for Mason Vincent in the restricted micro feature. Back through 3 and 4. White flag waving for Mason Vincent, who is now pulled away from this restricted micro feature field off turn 2 for the final time into 3 and 4. Mason Vincent off turn 4 is going to collect the checkered flag and win the restricted micro feature at Coles County Speedway. Mason Vincent going to pick up the win after holding off a hard-charging Tate Gurney. He'll finish second. Braxton Flat third, Maxon Roush fourth, McKenna Crenn rounding out the top 5, Dalton Clary sixth, Carson Eskew seventh, 8th was Niles Tudor, 9th Kylie Bates, top 10 was Braylon Morris. Colton Vogel was the first car out in 11th, 12th was Gentry Shelton, 13th was Evan Boyd, 14th AJ Williams, 15th Colt Bailey, 16th RJ Smith, 17th Ty Schaefer, and in 18th it was Forrest Holder. First time this year Mason Vincent's visited Victory Lane here at Coles County Speedway. Kevin, down to you in Victory Lane.
right, everybody, let's give a big round of applause to Mason Vincent from Springfield, Illinois, your dirty right rear restricted micro feature winner here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway. Mason, fast car, had a lot of company.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. How'd you hold them off?
I saw him on the bottom, so I went to the bottom.
Yeah, you guys had a heck of a battle going on.
Yes, we did.
What do you think about the track?
I think it's very bumpy.
Yeah, it looks like it. A lot of cars jumping around. So, all right, you got anybody you want to thank or anything?
Hyper Racing, Daniel Robinson, Indy Authentics, Algar Performance, and that's it.
All right, well, hang on a second here. I got something else for you here. Might be hard to get in your wallet, but you can try. All right, folks, one more time. Big round of applause for Mason Vincent, your dirty right rear restricted micro feature winner here at the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway.
Up next, it's the topless BMODs for a 20-lap feature. Braden Keller from West Lebanon, Indiana, the H24 will start on the pole. Braden Doyle alongside him from Ashmore, Illinois, the number 69. In third, it's the number 59, J.D. Evans from Mattoon, Illinois. Fourth is Casey Schrock from Ashmore, Illinois, the 66. Starting in fifth is Bradley Stanfield from Park Hills, Missouri, the number 52. Alongside him, Carter Stander from Sullivan, Illinois, the number 14 in the sixth starting spot. Drew Schwartz from Ashmore, Illinois, the 121, starting seventh. Mason Lynch to his outside in the 54. Steve from Charleston, Illinois, in the eighth starting position. Dustin King from Charleston, Illinois, in the 32, lines up ninth. Caleb Steffens to his outside from Ashmore, Illinois, the 1H. Clayton Stanfield from Park Hills, Missouri, the number 51, lining up 11th. Brady Collins in the 08 from Charleston, Illinois, starts 12th. In the number 13 from Hillsborough, Missouri, Zach Whaley is going to line up 13th. And rounding out the field in the 14th and final starting spot to number 25, Rob Neubauer from Des Lodge, Missouri. These topless BMODs have picked up a few sponsors over this last week. The leader on the final lap gets an extra $50, sponsored by Wade Olmsted. Hard Charger gets $100, also sponsored by Wade Olmsted. The youngest driver to finish the highest will earn an additional $50, also from Wade Olmsted. Tad Olmsted donated the veteran general admission tonight. There's the longest tow award, also sponsored by Wade Olmsted. And other sponsors that threw money in for this race include the Horn family, Neubauer, Fuca Tree Service, the Bike Shop, and the Ayers family. Thank you to all these sponsors for throwing out some additional bonus money for the topless BMODs tonight at Coles County Speedway on night 2 for the Jeff Horn Memorial. Trouble for Drew Schwartz, unable to get the 121 fired as he brought his car out onto the track. Track crew going to attempt to give him some assistance so he can go jump up into his 7th place starting spot. So Drew Schwartz will be able to get his 121 fired up, and he will tag back into the field in his 7th starting spot. One to green this time for the topless BMODs. 20 laps the distance for their feature tonight on the second night of the Jeff Horn Memorial at Coles County Speedway. Braden Keller, Brandon Doyle. For Braden Doyle, the front row as they work their way towards the start cone. Green flag is out. The BMODs are off into turn 1. Still side by side for the lead. It'll be Braden Keller taking the advantage. And he's going to try to get the field single file behind him. J.D. Evans keeping it right down there on the bottom of turns 3 and 4. He's going to pick off second as they're trying not to go 3 wide down the front stretch for the 3rd position. J.D. Evans is going to get turned in front of the field. It's going to be a multi-car pile up in turn 2. The caution's going to come out. Braden Doyle gave him a little bit of help. Going into turn 1, very tight racing throughout the field. Had to be expected that was going to happen at some point. And unfortunately for the field, it happens on lap number 2. Track crew helping Carter Standifer getting off the berm. Looks like they're also going to have to help Mason Lynch off the berm before we head back green. track crew still working on getting Drew Schwartz's car pointed back in the right direction. And it looks like Drew Schwartz will be getting the tow into the infield. Braden Keller will have control of this field once again. Braden Doyle on row 2 alongside Casey Schrock. And it will be 1-2 green when they start rolling. Caution lights out around the racetrack. Braden Keller, 19 laps to go, only one complete on the topless BMOD feature on night 2 of the Jeff Horn Memorial. He's on the gas, we're back green. Oh, trouble into turns number 1 and 2. Red flag is out as the number 69 gets into the wall and tears down the catch fence. Attention to the track, attention on the track. We need medical in the grandstands. We need medical in the grandstands.
Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. Outlaw Non-Wing feature Outlaw feature drivers, please come to the tower in turn 4. Anybody qualified for the Outlaw Non-Wing feature, please come to the tower 4. One more time. All 22 qualified drivers for Outlaw Non-Wing feature, meet us at the tower in turn 4, please.